Feel like you need a little magic to complete your holiday list this year? Fairview Heights is
All right, all right. Happy Monday. We are about 10 minutes. We have about 10 minutes until court starts. Y'all know we've been following the Ole Miss student murder trial down in Mississippi. So this court is very interesting because the jury is sequestered, which means that they are not allowed to go home until after the trial has concluded. And so what we saw this week was the jury actually working on a Saturday. So we did trial watch on Saturday. And we found out that they were going on a field trip around the town on yesterday, which would have been Sunday. So we're curious to figure out how that field trip went, or even if it occurs. I guess the only way we'll know is if somebody reports out on it, or if they put something on the record. So we'll have our ears turned on for that. If you are new and you haven't been following the trial, this trial is about Jay Lee. He was a grad student down at Ole Miss. He was a part of the LGBT community, and often liked to dress more feminine. Let's say he dressed more feminine. And the alleged Timothy, or Sheldon Timothy Heron, they refer to him as Timmy. The alleged is said to have had a relationship with Jay Lee, and is possibly the last person who's seen Jay Lee before he disappeared. Some interesting facts about this case is that they do not have a body. The body for Jay Lee was never found. However, his digital footprint um, ends after contact with Timothy. We've seen Timmy in an interrogation interview. We've also seen him load in a shovel and a wheelbarrow into a box truck, because he actually owns a moving company with a partner of his. Thus far, we've seen footage of Timmy parking Jay Lee's car and running away from it. We've also seen we've seen a lot of stuff, y'all. I don't have my notes right in front of me, so I'm trying to run it off as quick as possible. I promise, for all of my TikTok people, even YouTube, because I actually learned how to post my TikToks over on my YouTube page. So I'm going to do a comprehensive recap for the people, for the folks who just didn't watch the trial from beginning to end, and talk about what was presented, what was presented, what were the theories, and then the outcome. I think that'll be something different, something fresh to provide for people who necessarily may not want to watch an entire trial, but it's just interesting and getting caught up on some of the things that are going on in the world. So I've got that coming, and I'll do that as well. Uh, I'm rambling this morning too. Is there anything else that I left out? I'm pretty sure I left out a lot. All right, but we've seen Jay Lee's mother testify. We've seen his friends, police officers, crime scene techs, etc. All right, as always, be respectful in the chat. Our chat is very inclusive. Um, we love to go back and forth over our theories. We have our own little arguments that are, really
Interior defined, custom sofas made for you. Why settle on a sofa that's made for everyone else?
Yeah, we have our own little arguments that are usually, non-confrontational. So if you are a watcher from X, you are more than welcome to come on over to YouTube and join us in the chat, because I don't necessarily talk all the time to break things down or explain it while it's going. We have conversations inside. So if you are watching and you got a question, just come on over on YouTube, and we'll talk to you. Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate that. All right, if you haven't done so already, make sure that you hit the thumbs up on our video. Make sure that you subscribe if you haven't done so already. We do have memberships available. So if you want to become a Taylor Gang member, be a part of the people, you are more than welcome to get a membership. I'm also able to get super chats and super thanks. So if you're watching from YouTube, there's a little $ on the bottom part of the chat. If you want to just say thank you for doing this or anything, if you just want to donate to the Taylor Umbridge Fund, you are welcome to do so. And it is appreciated, but not required, because we have a good time either way.
All right, I don't know how close we are in time. I see we got new media I think, well, we got a lot of the same media personnel here, but there may be some change of the guard with the media, but remember the court instructions, do not never ever film the jury anytime the attorney approaches the bench. Kill this mic here anyway. And before the jury comes in, yesterday morning, the jury, Lynn Weber, bailiff, representative from the state, representative from the defense, and the defendant went on a bus tour of some of the places that were had been mentioned in the testimony in and around Oxford, Mississippi. At that time, I advised the jury that they were going on that trip at that time because of convenience to the parties and to the jury. There's no significance of the timing of it based on the state's case, the defense case, and if it became necessary, we may go on another trip. Is there any objections to the manner in which the tour or the visiting of the area was conducted yesterday? None of the defense. Anything? All right, then we're gonna say that ship has sailed and they have seen it, and I've given you. If you would ask just for the record that we add in the cautionary instructions. I will. Both at the beginning of our trip and the conclusion of our trip, I gave the following, or very close facsimile instructions to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you have received evidence of certain location in this case. This court is going to allow you to view certain locations as part of the state's case in chief based on agreements of both parties. The only purpose of this viewing is to give you a better understanding of these certain locations, nothing more, nothing less. The time of the viewing is based solely on the schedules of the court as a whole and the jury, and not in relation to any evidence or arguments in this case. No other inference shall be drawn from the timing of the viewing, is what basically I was told them at the beginning and at the conclusion of the trip. That being said, no other objections. No objections, right? All right, we're not quite at 8:57. What else, if anything, do we need to take up prior to our bringing the jury in? Don't everybody speak at once. We're ready to get you. You were ready for a new witness when we concluded yesterday, wasn't you? All right. I'm gonna run and get my water and be right back. Let's show the jury. The jury ready? Yes. Okay. And, well, I'll wait for the jury to sit. All right, good morning, everybody. Trust you all had a good day yesterday and a good evening last night. I fed you good and maybe entertained you just a little bit anyway. I was gonna come I'll also come sing karaoke, but they decided you might want to go bowling instead anyway, so. Remember the court instructions. I trust no one had any problems with those instructions. If you ever do, let me know. I will say this, I don't know how we coming, gentlemen. Let's be prepared starting tomorrow if need be, starting at 8:30 instead of 9. And I know these folks won't get home. I won't get home. And we may start staying a little later after 5 too, anyway, just the way how the witnesses break. It's funny though how a witness always gets through just about 5 o'clock anyway. But we may take up another one. So don't be prepared, don't be surprised if I say let's start early and stay late. All right, I believe we had concluded the testimony of the last witness at the close of business on Saturday. Ms. Carver, and I believe who would state call us as next witness?
Mike Burks.
Mike Burks. All right, someone bring Mr. Burks in. All right, you may proceed when ready.
All right, tell the jury who you are.
Michael Burks.
And what do you do?
I'm a criminal investigations division sergeant of the Asheville Police Department.
All right, how long have you been in law enforcement?
This is my 9th year in law enforcement.
All right, and we've got, well, I can still hear noise from outside. That microphone is right in front of you, but it's probably about 3 feet away. So the closer you can get to it, the better.
Yes, sir.
All right, so how long have you been in law enforcement?
8 years.
Okay. Back in July of 2022, were you working for the Oxford Police Department?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right, and what were you doing at that time, position-wise?
I was a detective.
All right. Now, did you secure a search warrant for Jay Lee's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you actually perform the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
You and fellow officers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What day did you execute that search warrant?
Executed that search warrant on July the 10th.
All right. And when did you actually go perform the search?
July 11th.
All right. And where was the vehicle and how did you come to be aware about Jay Lee's vehicle and what did you do?
The vehicle was at Bandit Towing. I was made aware by my lieutenant at the time, Lieutenant Fortner, that I was to meet Lieutenant Carradine and Sergeant Douglas with UPD at Bandit Towing.
All right. After you got the search warrant, did you go to Bandit Towing?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe Jaylee's vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, what kind of just plain view observations did you make?
Plain view observations, I observed debit cards, credit cards in the driver's seat of the vehicle, and I observed a key ring with 2 gold keys on the passenger side of the vehicle that had a little wooden block attached that said J.
Other items in the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, did you take photographs of the exterior and the interior of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, and did you check to see whether the car was locked or unlocked?
Yes, sir, I did. I checked the passenger side door and the vehicle was unlocked.
All right, and with regard to Bandit Towing's procedure, would they have needed to gain access to the interior of the car before they towed it to their place of business?
No, sir.
All right. So it was in the same condition as it would have been before they towed it there?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I could have this modified ID as a collected exhibit.
It's gonna be 89, we start with this morning. All right, be marked as S89. Those are photos of,
No objection.
okay. All right,
It's
you
going
got
to be
20 pictures. All right, I assume you're asking to be introduced, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think
it-
it's justified to photograph, right?
All right. S89 will be omitted.
All right. And you've reviewed these photos that we just had received into evidence.
Yes, sir.
And do they accurately depict the condition of Jaylee's vehicle at the time you observed it on the 11th?
Yes, sir.
Y'all seeing this?
You see?
What back on the big screen? Is it being broadcast on the big screen there or not?
Oh, there it is. All right. Can you see it? No.
I can.
Looking at 89-1, is that the exterior from the front angle of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Anything distinctive about that photo? The condition, just the type of car it was?
Yes, sir. I know that it was a Ford.
And if you don't mind, if that microphone is 5 feet.
Yes, sir. Is a black Ford with a gold racing stripe down the middle.
All right, anything on the dashboard?
Flowers.
Going around that angle is there on 89-2 of the sort of a angle looking down the driver's side of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Then 89-3 is just going to be an exterior photo of the rear,
Yes, sir.
and just some unique characteristics of that. Had a student ID, and a sticker on the back, and a vanity tag that said Jaylee.
Yes, sir.
All right, then you moved in to take photos of the exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the interior. that, prior to this photo being taken, did anybody gain access and change anything inside the contents of the vehicle, any items inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
All right, so these photos, it's in the same condition as it was when the person was over.
Yes, sir.
All right, and this is gonna be 89.5 being projected. Just describe what was your observations about the driver's seat, the driver's area of Jay Lee's vehicle.
There is a bean bag possibly in the driver's seat. And the debit and credit cards are right there in front of the bean bag.
All right. I'm pointing to that on the sort of back of the seat, the back part of the seat. Is that what you're referring to? Is it a pillow, bean bag?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then below that, on the seat part of the seat, you identified some cards.
Yes, sir.
What were those? You know what they were?
Credit cards,
And then on the steering wheel,
masks.
sort of like COVID masks.
Yes, sir.
In the console, some other personal items.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, 89.6, is that a sort of closer image of what was in the driver's seat?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine who those cards belonged
Yes, sir.
to? Who were they?
Jay Lee.
Looking at 89.8.
Let's cover up those numbers there if they're visible.
I ask you to look at this in 89.8. Were those some of the credit cards and the student ID of Jay Lee?
Yes, sir.
And where were they photographed? What part of the vehicle?
The driver's seat.
Your Honor, if I could have the ballot published to the.
I'll do all that anyway. Let the jury see that, okay?
What is it, number is that?
It's all part of 80.
89.8.
I didn't want those numbers displayed on the screen, so,
All right. I'm gonna hand you 89.9. Is that a receipt from Dollar General on July the 7th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And where was that located in the vehicle photograph?
Center console.
Your Honor, it has last four. If I can have that published as well.
you can.
All right. On the screen, I've got 8910. That photograph was made during the search of Jay Lee's vehicle.
It was
And where is that located in the vehicle?
center console.
And what items were significant for taking that photograph?
The credit cards.
Did you find out who they belong to?
Yes, sir. Jay Lee.
How did you identify them?
By the names on the cards.
All right, looking at 8911 on your screen. Have you moved to a different area of the vehicles?
The passenger side.
Passenger side. Now, is that the same condition as when you first observed before you took the photographs?
Yes, sir.
It's still in the same condition?
Yes, sir.
All right, and just kind of describe that area of the vehicle, what was in the seat, what was in the floorboard, things like that.
In the seat is the key ring. It's right next to the water bottle on top of the jacket.
Is that on top of the jacket of the seat?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then in the floorboard, there's a UPS slip, a Cool Whip can.
Right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
A thermos, a water bottle, a screwdriver
Here.
beside the thermos.
Right
Yes,
there,
yes, sir.
beside. Okay. What else is
And the shot glass.
there? Right there.
Yes, sir.
All right, the shot glass standing straight up or knocked over.
Standing straight up,
What about the Cool Whip?
sitting straight up.
All right, 8912. Is that just a closer image of the passenger seat, of the keys and water bottle on the jacket?
Yes, sir.
All right. And 8913, is that just a closer image of what was on the floorboard?
Yes, sir.
Looks like there's like barcode.
The UPS slip.
UPS slip?
Yes, sir.
Like a package delivery or return?
Yes, sir.
What area of the vehicle is that photograph taken?
The back seat,
Okay. On what side?
the driver's side.
Can you identify the objects that were in the back seat on the driver's side?
Yes, sir. There is a pink dog carrier attached to the headrest of the driver's seat, and right in front of it, that black box contained a saxophone.
All right, looking at 8916. What part of the vehicle is the interior of the vehicle is being photographed?
The back passenger side.
All right, just describe for the record and for the jury what you observed in the back seat and on the back seat floorboard.
Another box, some toilet paper, and a thermos in the floorboard.
Now then, in the vehicle, you've documented the different debit cards, credit cards, ID. Was there any other things of value
Inside of the vehicle.
inside the vehicle?
Reflect. There's an old driver's license, a new driver's license, and a student ID.
Student ID, debit cards, credit cards?
Yes, sir.
What about cash?
$5 in cash.
You project 8917. Where was that cash observed?
This cash was loose dollar bills in the center console of the vehicle.
Now then, 8918, why did you put these items together and take a picture of those items that were taken from the car?
Because this was a collection of all the items that were seized from the vehicle.
I'm going to hand it to you. I know it's got information on it, but that information is pretty hard to read, is it not?
It is.
All right. I want to ask you specifically about the keys. And try to keep the other information off.
I think that's hard enough to read. Don't be too worried about it.
All right, you see those keys being projected on 8918?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you've described it, it had a sort of a personalized token
Yes, sir.
on it, it said J.
It did.
Now, on the keychain, was there any key on that keychain that went to the car?
No, sir.
Did you find a key that went to the car?
No, sir.
All right, and then 8919 was the saxophone in the backseat?
Yes, sir.
And that was that in the box on the driver's side?
It was.
And then 8920, the last image of the exhibit, was that in Jamie's vehicle?
It was
What is it? What is that?
a birth certificate.
All right, if I could have that published. Where was the birth certificate found?
I do not recall.
Don't remember what area. Now, in the investigation that began on when OPD was notified by UPD about Jay Lee, was that your first search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Did you execute any other search warrants?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many search warrants did you seek to get on any of his debit cards, credit cards, checking account information?
I did discover and cash out. And we sent one off to American Express as
All
well.
So you were involved in the American Express search warrant as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, at what time did you issue a search warrant for the Discover card?
The Discover card, it was early on in the investigation, I believe it was on 12.
July the 12th? And how, just describe for the jury how that works. You issue a search warrant to the credit card company,
Yes, sir, I did.
and you executed that on July the 12th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Sent the search warrant to Discover. If you could tell the jury what date range of transaction history, account information you were looking for from Discover in that search warrant.
I was looking for any transaction history between July 8th and July 12th, July 7th and July 12th.
Okay.
No objection.
All right.
Your Honor, counsel, just kind of stating to the record, if the number of pages, just state how many pages there are, so start throwing stuff around the courtroom. We'll know what we got to find.
This is S90.
That's, Your Honor, Mr. Creekmore, I don't show a return on file. Yes, it's got a return. I don't show a return. Oh, that's what they're. That is the return. On the
Yes.
Discover, right? Front page. So he didn't sign a return. Yeah. I'm just asking. Just wanna look, he had one, I need a copy of it. I got like 5 or 6 that don't have return.
On the search warrant, did you have a return
For Discover?
for Discover?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have it with you?
Have a copy?
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
No objection to the records. Would ask if they were.
All right, let's get it. It's gonna be 90 for you, 90.
S9.
All right. S90 will be admitted.
All right, I'm gonna come with you. Exhibit 90. Now,
We got all he can need, Sheriff, if anybody in charge, y'all hot enough? All right. Yeah, I know, just do your best. We ain't too particular.
all right, so the transaction history goes back to 2001, 2021.
Yes, sir.
All right. What was the date of the last transaction on the Discover card?
July 7th of 2022.
All right. At the time that Discover was complying with that request, that was on 7/12. They would have given you any transactions that would have occurred between July the 7th and July the 12th, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other transactions in between July the 7th and July the 12th of 2022 on that Discover card?
No, sir.
All right, did you issue a search warrant for the American Express or OPD?
Yes. Yes, sir. OPD issued a search warrant for American Express.
Do you have that search warrant?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was the date range of the information that was requested in that search warrant? And do you have the return on those?
Yes, sir.
All right, what was the date of the return on the American Express?
I believe it was returned in February of 23, because you have to mail American Express search warrants.
All right, well, let's start over. Search warrant was obtained on what day?
It was obtained on my notes, the 12th of July.
When was it delivered to American Express?
It was mailed to American Express on the correction. American Express was on the 18th of July, and it was returned on the 24th of February, 2023.
February 24th of
2023.
2023. Did they send a return to you when they sent you the information, the transaction history on that account?
They did return
Certificate of authenticity?
I do not believe they returned the certificate of authenticity.
They
to the
didn't
place.
send a cover letter with it?
I don't believe so.
All right. So the records that you have from that account, what is the date range on the information that you received?
The date range, American Express. Went to
From when? to when?
August 10th,
Beginning
March of 22,
March of 22 until
until the last charge was August the 10th.
of 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right, now on that information that they provided, is that the one where you had to go in and put a password in order to access the information?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Don't you say, I got, again, say for the record, number of pages.
transactions. 12.
No, but exhibit number 91.
Yes, sir.
And I understand that's going to be, no objection to that being admitted. You asked it to be admitted, Mr. Creekmore?
Yes, sir.
All right, 91 to be admitted.
All right, so looking at the transaction history on American Express, if you could just tell the jury how many transactions were on J. Lee's American Express in the month of April?
In the month of April, 27.
All right. It's actually, you had March as well too, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
So how many transactions in March?
18,
How many in April?
27,
How many in May?
36,
How many in June?
45,
All right. Now then, from July the 1st to July the 8th, how many transactions were on the American Express card?
9.
All right. Were there any on July the 8th, 2022?
No, sir.
All right. After July the 8th, 2022, did you look at the transaction history through that August, I believe you said August 12th, did you not?
10th.
August 10th. Did you examine that history?
Yes, sir.
Did you determine what kind of charges those were?
Yes, sir. They were automated charges.
Okay. All right. Let's go through the automatic charges in July.
July the 10th and the 24th, Apple.
So that would be like a Apple fee subscription service
Yes, sir.
that automatically came out of the account.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then what's the next automatic that occurred?
Disney Plus on August the 4th.
All right. Subscription charge?
Yes, sir.
All right. Automatic?
Yes, sir.
Any other transactions?
There's another Apple charge on August the 10th. And there is a Disney Plus credit applied on August the 8th.
Okay. That microphone, get real close. So that last one was a Disney credit?
Yes, sir. Disney credit on August the 8th.
Okay. How were you able to determine that those were actually automatic transactions?
Because I could see on the statements that the Apple charge showed that it was an internet bill
Okay.
charge.
And though, would Jay Lee need to be alive in order for those charges to occur?
No, sir.
After that last transaction on July the 7th, tell the jury what that transaction was.
On July the 7th, it was a purchase at Loving Hair.
I'm sorry?
It was a purchase at Loving Hair
Okay. Was that an automatic charge?
on July the 7th. No, sir.
Point of sale purchase? Point of
Yes, sir.
sale purchase?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were there, after that transaction, were there any other point of sale transactions on that American Express?
No, sir.
Now, there were several other cards. You weren't involved in the search warrant on them, but were you aware of his checking account?
Yes, sir. I know the search warrant was submitted.
All right. Who conducted that?
Ryan Baker.
All right. So he would have those records.
Yes, sir.
All right. The other, like the Cash App account, did you look into that?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what Cash App is?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that to the jury? What kind of service that is?
Yes, sir. Cash App is when you send money from one person to another.
All right. Did you get any transaction history on Cash App?
We got a return back, but there was no transaction data.
Okay. So you couldn't make any observations about that and
No.
his activity on Cash App?
No, sir.
Any other financial institutions that you got information on?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, court's indulgence. Yes, go ahead.
If I could clarify one thing about the photographs, when I went out there and executed the search warrant with Detective Baker, I recall that I took the photographs, but I could be wrong. He could have taken those photographs, but that could be proven by our body camera footage of who actually was the one with the camera in their hand.
You didn't have to explain it to the court where you told the press. You can't identify the depictions as being accurate. You didn't have to clarify that.
They accurately represent.
Yes, sir.
what you saw,
Yes, sir.
Observed, when you went out to, pursuant to the search.
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence.
Mr. Burke, I want to ask you a couple of questions about, your investigation. My list reflects that you did at 23 search warrants. Is that a fair statement? Something like that?
Yes, sir.
I promise you I'm not going to ask you about all of them, but I do want to go over, first of all, you did Discover, Capital One, two American Express search warrants on, with two different cards. You had to issue two search warrants on the same card.
I did the first American Express search warrant, and it was supposed to be mailed. I went out of town at the end of that week, and I found out that was not mailed. Detective Scott Hollowell sent the American Express search warrant.
Okay, you're familiar with it though, right?
Yes, sir.
You did the search warrant on the DNA for Mr. Harrington, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were involved in the execution and the return on the search warrant of Mr. Harrington's car as well as entertainment center, right?
I do not recall the infotainment center.
It's got you signed, I think it's got you signed off on the return, I believe. Check to make sure. I'll get back to it, but you did, the apartment lock audit, the two search warrants on his, apartment, Mr. Harrington's apartment. Did you do two search warrants on it?
Yes, sir.
You did, Jaylee's, cell phone, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm not gonna read out the entire cell number, but did you do a search warrant on a cell number ending in 2533? It's identified on my list we put together as search warrant J. Lee cell.
Yes, sir, it was AT&T.
Okay, it's AT&T. All right. You have those records with you?
Yes, sir.
All right, can I look at them, please?
Yes, sir.
You have the return on that search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can I look at them, please, you mind? You have the warrants, but you have the actual documents that came back as a result of this search warrant?
Not with me.
I don't have those records. Could you provide them to me if you don't mind? Copy of them? Mr. Burke, if you don't mind, I promise you I'll get your copy back, but if you give me that return, I can mark it, for it, make sure you get a copy of it back. Okay, mark next number of exhibit. 292, one page, and move for introduction at this time.
No objection. That's the return of AT&T.
Cell phone data return for Jimmy Lee.
Okay. Is D92.
Detective, that, you agree with me, you got those returns, back on July the 25th, correct, 2022? I promise you, I'm not gonna mislead you. Fair statement.
At the 21st,
When was the return signed?
the 25th.
That's right, you signed the return, but you got them back on the 21st. You signed the return on the 25th, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. As far as Mr. Harrington's first warrant on his apartment, you remember when it was executed?
July the 22nd.
And I believe the return was done on the 26th, and I'm gonna hand you, Mark, for identification as that return. The next numbered item, I think D23. 93. Now, I think these items have already been introduced into evidence, or photographs of these items have been introduced in other exhibits, but this appears to be your return that you executed the search warrant. I think you did send a video of it on the 22nd, and you executed that on the 26th, right?
I executed it on the 22nd. It was signed on the 26th.
Okay. Thanks. And you also did, on that same date, you executed a search warrant on the lock audit system there at the apartment complex, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'll hand you the return, what I understand to be the items in relationship to the lock audit for Mr. Harrington's department, correct? You got that return, you executed that warrant, right?
Yes, sir. We did have information returned to us.
I have it marked, for identification introduced, there's no objection to it.
Has to be amended, the return.
And the contents of the return. I'll identify the pages.
May we approach this for 1 second?
Your Honor, count the pages. 1, 2. 17 pages, I believe. Read it off. Detective. D94 appears to be what's been provided as the return, and contents of the return, similar to the other documents you testified about. Does that appear to be the return, the lock audit return from the apartment complex, Mr. Harrington?
The return on the front is mine, but I turned the lock audit information over to Detective Baker, who did the examination. So I've never looked at the actual contents of the lock audit.
If you did the return, did you attach have you ever seen those documents that attached to that?
I've seen the return.
What about the documents that appear to be the lock audit information for the apartment? You ever seen those documents before?
I've never seen these documents before.
I have a marked identification system. So I'm just kind of curious how you executed a return on a search warrant without viewing the documents that were attached to the search warrant, like you testified to earlier about the documents on the other exhibits that speedily reviewed and introduced into evidence just a few moments ago. This is the only return, contents of the return that you haven't looked at,
No, sir. There were multiple that I did not review.
But you signed the return, this was the inventory of, this is the return includes the inventory. You inventory something when you get it back, right?
I signed the return after Detective Baker advised me that the information was, that information in the lock audit was provided.
And yeah, this information was provided. Detective Baker reported to you that this is what he got from the lock audit on the apartment complex. You signed the return.
I signed the return.
Move into Dustin this time.
I'm gonna allow, he signed vouching for it, I'm gonna let D94 be admitted.
I'm sorry. All right. I noticed that you did returns or executed warrants on, and it's not identified in any package that I have, but I'll give you the last four digits of the phone number. I don't, it is 2914. All I have on here is a search warrant on cell number 29, last four digits 2914 OPD Mike Burks, and I have no return. And my as of 11/18/2022, there was no return. Can you tell me what that search warrant was? That 2914 search warrant? I got it listed as number 68 on my list. I know it's not your number, but can you tell me who's associated with that search warrant? I mean, with that cell number?
I need to see a copy of the warrant so that I can know what I'm.
Is that on your list? You whether or not you did a search warrant on that cell number? It's a 662 number. I'm not going to give the middle digits. It's 2914. That doesn't ring a bell or any of you listed your search warrants?
I would have to see it.
All right. What about, do you have any other search warrants that include cell numbers for any people of interest or any individuals that may be witnesses that you, during the course of your investigation, you felt like you needed to retrieve their cell phone number? If you identify those individuals, I appreciate it. All I have is numbers.
Right. Can you please repeat your question? I just.
It was twofold. It appears that as to an individual by the name of Blaine Brown, cell phone number for Mr. Brown, and I think it was executed. There was no return on files. OPD, y'all's records, there's no return. You remember, getting cell phone numbers from Mr. Brown?
Can I see the document that you're referring to?
I'm not gonna have it marked. I'm just gonna look at it for a
That's
second.
fine.
You look at it, tell me whether or not. Look at the whole document, there's a couple of people on there. Got on my list, that you sent them and executed them. If that's incorrect, please let me know.
I do not recall doing a search warrant for Blaine Brown, or I do not have the warrant in front of me.
Or that number, is that number associated with him? Am I missing something?
I see the number, I just don't recognize it.
What about the other numbers on there? Y'all have to find if I approach. And the name on there, Blaine Brown, and there's a number on there. Don't read your cell number, please, but the last four digits, 2489. It says Mr. Baker on there. And Mr. Baker did those. You did not do those, right?
Right, I have no recollection of that.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the photographs that we just looked at, did you? Last 89 photographs. Or, yeah,
What's this? There's a picture of a car right there. I don't know if that's it or not anyway.
here it is. Anyway, the photograph of the car that,
We must find it at some point. Y'all might as
I will
well.
find.
We ain't going home without it.
All right, thank you, Judge. Can you tell me, other than photographing the car, Detective Baker, did you do anything else with reference to the car? Have it towed anywhere else, anything along those lines? Did you do anything other than photograph the car?
Yes, sir, we searched the car.
Excuse me?
We searched the car.
All right, you searched the car, immediately after you photographed it,
Yes, sir, after it was photographed.
and before it was processed by anybody? By any crime lab tech or anything?
That was before. Yes, sir.
You searched it before the crime lab tech got there?
Before we sent it to the crime lab. Yes, sir.
All right. Then you moved items around looking for stuff?
Yes,
Inside
sir.
the car? Okay. So your representation is that everything in the car was exactly in this condition when you photographed it. Y'all didn't go through it before you photographed it, right?
No, sir.
Okay, but you represent to the jury that before it was processed, that it was, y'all went through it looking for items of value, correct? I mean, looking for whatever. You had a mace thing in there that was attached to this key fob right here that you've identified, I believe. You've identified this as, it's like a key fob, right? Something, but key wasn't in it, right?
I'm not sure what that is.
It appears to be a key fob, something along connected to the key. You know whether or not y'all were able to determine, I know it has J on it. Maybe you'll figure out that's probably J Lee's, but those keys that are associated with that key ring that y'all, or did you do anything to determine whether or not what they went to, anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. And in this photograph here, I'm trying to figure this out. Help a little bit, I appreciate it. How you blow this thing up, Judge? I think there's a better photograph of some of it, but this appears to be, that was attached to or in close proximity to that key ring. There's a location, appears to be one of those mace containers. Put mace in that people use. Is that what it appears to be, Mr. Burke?
What are you referring to in the photo? What part of the photo are you
You
referring to?
see the key file holder right there?
See the little black piece, yes, sir.
And the little black thing next to it. I'll try to find it later, but it got another picture somewhere. Does that appear to be one of those mace holder things that people use to protect themselves and someone may attack them, or is that what that looks like? Yes or no?
I have mace, and no, sir, not to me.
All right, but trying to see if I got a better picture of it. But it's a fair statement that these water bottles, that water bottle on the seat there, is materially in the same place generally. You may move it a little bit. It was sitting on the seat at the time, right? And all these items that were here, this bottle, all these bottles on the floor here, and bottles down here, all these bottles and things materially are in the same position that it was when y'all opened the door, right?
Yes, sir.
Y'all said you moved some stuff before the crime lab got here. That would include the front part and also the back seat and also the trunk. You're going through it, figure out. I expect you to open the trunk, see if somebody's in it, right? I mean, or look in the back seat.
Yes, sir, we went through the entire vehicle.
Ma'am, sir?
We went through the entire vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Now, the return on the search warrant in Mr. Harrington's house, the first one didn't include the cell phone that was taken from his residence, right?
That is correct.
You had everything on the warrant return, but not the cell phone. Was that just inadvertent? Was nothing intentional about that, was it? Just happened to be missed off that return?
The cell phone was taken with Detective Baker and Lieutenant Fortner when they left the apartment. It wasn't in front of me. I didn't see it. I didn't notate it down.
So they took the cell phone with them, with Mr. Harrington, right?
Yes, sir.
And the second search warrant that you did on Mr. Harrington's apartment was done on July the 27th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Thinking about done, Your Honor. One more question. Did you talk with, anyone there when the vehicle it was towed there by Bandit? Is that right? That's where y'all went to Bandit to do this, is that right?
We did go to Bandit.
So you didn't tow it anywhere else, it was at Bandit?
It was a Bandit. When we arrived, when I went out to Bandit initially to meet UPD, it was in the main tow yard. And when we came back to the search warrant, they moved it into the inside shop area using the same record.
Okay. Cool. Mike, sorry, Detective. Did you talk to the tow truck driver that day or just go to Bandit?
Yes, sir, I did. I believe it was Michael Kent.
Right. And Mr. Kent had been some evidence introduced that he picked it up at Molly Bar and brought it there to his shop, right?
Benton, yes, sir.
And he was pretty adamant when he talked to y'all that it wasn't in that parking spot when you interviewed him when he passed through earlier that day. I'm not saying it wasn't in Molly Bar Trails, but he was pretty adamant that he didn't miss it that morning when you went through what.
I don't recall.
Thank you. I think that's all I have.
Right, redirect. All right, so this witness be final excuse, or would you like to return?
John, I may need him later.
All right,
I'm not sure.
You're remaining, which means you can't get in the courtroom during other people's testimony. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else, so you may be called back, okay? Be free to leave the courtroom and just be in contact. Y'all got contact information on you, Mr. Horan?
Yes, sir. I think I do. I just want to make sure I don't listen. I can get him.
All right,
Okay.
you can leave. You don't have to stay in the courthouse, but you can't stay in the courtroom, okay?
Yes, sir.
Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. Let's see, y'all been out there an hour and 11 minutes. So we actually started on time this morning. I don't know if anybody gave us any credit for that or not anyway, but we, and you haven't had to get up and leave yet. So far we're getting, I'm gonna give us credit this morning. Why don't we, how long, next week's gonna be quite long, isn't it? Let's take a break, okay? Remember the court's instructions, don't discuss the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case with you. Don't form or express any opinions about the case. Y'all can express opinions about Hattiesburg.
Yes, y'all. A lot of $1 million questions was just raised. Okay. I was on a call, so I was kind of spotty. But it sounds like the defense raised some doubt around the movement of Jay Lee's body. I'm just basing it off of what was in the comments. We can roll it back a little bit if we need to. They were asking about Tim's apartment having cameras, or were you guys just talking? According to the defense attorney, there was no DNA evidence. I think we talked about that already. Oh, there was a missing piece to you. Okay. Okay. Oh, y'all were just y'all again, y'all got me confused. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it anyway because I was on the call. They can't seem to do work without me some days. They can't seem to do work without me some days. And today it seemed like one of those days on this here Monday. So let's go back and listen to a little bit of what he talked about at the end.
Information in the lock audit was provided.
Oh, it was the credit card information. My mistake.
Detective Baker reported to you that this is what he got from the lock audit on the apartment complex. You signed the return.
Signed the return.
Move into Desmond this time.
I'ma speed it up too, y'all, so I
I'm gonna let
get a break.
D94 be admitted.
All right, I noticed that you did returns or executed warrants on, it's not identified in any package that I have, but I'll give you the last four digits of the phone number. I don't, it is 2914. All I have on here is a search warrant on cell number 29, last four digits, 2914 OPD, Mike Burks, and I have no return. And my as of 11/18/2023, there was no return. Can you tell me what that search warrant was? That 2914 search warrant? I got this is number 68 on my list. I know it's not your number, but can you tell me who's associated with that search warrant? I mean, with that cell number?
I need to see a copy of the warrant so that I can know what I'm.
Is that on your list? Whether or not you did a search warrant on that cell number? It's a 662 number. I'm not gonna get the middle digits. It's 2914. That doesn't ring a bell or any of your list of your search warrants?
I would have to see it.
What about, you have any other search warrants that include, cell numbers for any people of interest or any individuals that may be witnesses that you, during the course of your investigation, felt like you needed to retrieve your cell phone number? Identify those individuals, I appreciate it. All I have is numbers.
Right. Can you please repeat your question?
It was twofold. It appears that as to an individual by the name of Blaine Brown, cell phone number for Mr. Brown, and I think it was executed. There was no return on files, OPD, y'all's records, there's no return. You remember, his cell phone number for Mr. Brown?
Can I see the document that you're referring to?
I'm not gonna have it marked. I'm just gonna look at it. You look at it, tell me whether, not. Look at the whole document, a couple people on there. Got on my list, just send them and execute them. If that's incorrect, please let me know.
I do not recall doing a search warrant for Blaine Brown, or I do not have the warrant in front of me.
Or that number, is that number associated with him? Am I missing something?
I see the number, I just don't recognize it.
What about the other numbers on there? Y'all feel fine if I approach. And the name on there, Blaine Brown, and there's a number on there. Don't read your cell number, please, but the last four digits, 2489. Said Mr. Baker on there. And Mr. Baker did those. You did not do those, right?
Right, I have no recollection of that.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the photographs that we just looked at. Did you, last page 9, which photographs? Oh, yeah.
Let's just take a picture of the car right there. I don't know if that's it or not anyway.
Here it is. Anyway, the photograph of the car that,
We might find something which I might as
I will
well.
find.
We ain't going home without it.
All right, thank you, Judge. Can you tell me, other than photographing the car, Detective Baker, did you do anything else with reference to the car? Have you towed anywhere else, anything along those lines? Did you do anything other than photograph the car?
Yes, sir, we searched the car.
Excuse me?
We searched the car.
All right, you searched the car, immediately after you photographed it,
Yes, sir, after it was photographed.
and before it was processed by anybody? By any crime lab tech or anything?
That was before, yes, sir.
You searched it before the crime lab tech got there?
Before we sent it to the crime lab, yes, sir.
And you moved items around looking for stuff?
Yes,
Inside
sir.
the car? Okay. So your representation is that everything in the car, was exactly in this condition when you photographed it. Y'all didn't go through it before you photographed it, right?
No, sir.
Okay, but you represent to the jury that before it was processed, that it was, y'all went through it looking for, items of value, correct? I mean, looking for whatever. You had a mace thing in there that was attached to, this key fob right here that you've identified, I believe. You identified this as, it's like a key fob, right? Something, but key wasn't in it, right?
I'm not sure what that is.
It appears to be a key fob, something along connected to the keys. You know whether or not y'all were able to determine, I know it has J on it. Maybe you'll figure out that's probably J Lee's, but those keys that are associated with that key ring that y'all, or did you do anything to determine whether or not what they went to, anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. And in this photograph here, I'm trying to figure this out. Help me a little bit, I appreciate it. How you blow this thing up, Judge? I think there's a better photograph of some of it, but this appears to be, it was attached to or in close proximity to that key ring, its original location. Appears to be one of those mace containers. Put mace in, that people use. Is that what it appears to be, Mr. Burke?
What are you referring to in the photo? What part of the photo are you referring
You
to?
see the key fob holder right there?
See the little black piece, yes, sir?
And a little black thing next to it. I'll try to find it later, but it got a picture somewhere. Does that appear to be one of those mace holder things that people use to protect themselves when someone they attack them, or is that what that looks like? Yes or no?
I have amazing. No, sir, not to me.
All right, but trying to see if I got a better picture of it. But it's a fair statement that these water bottles, that water bottle on the seat there, is material in the same place generally. You may want to look at it. It was sitting on the seat at the time, right? And all these items that were here, this bottle, all these bottles on the floor here, and bottles down here, all these bottles and things materially are in the same position that it was when I opened the door, right?
Yes, sir.
Y'all did move some stuff before the crime lab got here. That would include the front part and also the back seat and also the trunk. You're going through to figure out. I expect you to open the trunk, see if somebody's in it right now, or look in the back seat.
Yes, sir. We went through the entire vehicle.
I'm sorry.
We went through the entire vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Now, the return of the search warrant to Mr. Harrington's house, the first one didn't include the cell phone that was taken from his residence, right?
That is correct.
You had everything on the warrant return, but not the cell phone. Was that just inadvertent? Was nothing intentional about that, was it? Just had to be missed off that return?
The cell phone was taken with Detective Baker and Lieutenant Fortner when they left the apartment. It wasn't in front of me. I didn't see it. I didn't notate it down.
So they took the cell phone with them, with Mr. Harrington, right?
Yes, sir.
And the second search warrant that you did on Mr. Harrington's apartment was done on July the 27th, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think I'm about done, Donna. One more question. Did you talk with anyone there when the vehicle it was towed there by Bandit? Is that right? That's where y'all went to Bandit to do this, is that right?
We did go Bandit.
So you didn't tow it anywhere else, it was at Bandit?
It was at Bandit. When we arrived, when I went out to Bandit initially to meet UPD, it was in the main tow yard. And when we came back to the search warrant, they moved it into the inside shop area using the same record.
Okay. sorry, Detective. Did you talk to the tow truck driver that day or just go to Bandit?
Yes, sir, I did. I believe it was Michael Kent.
Right. And Mr. Kent, had been some evidence introduced that he picked it up at Molly Bar and brought it there to his shop, right?
Van Tone, yes, sir.
And he was pretty adamant when he talked to y'all that it wasn't in that parking spot when you interviewed him, when he passed through earlier that day. I'm not saying it wasn't in Molly Bar Trail, but he was pretty adamant that he didn't miss it that morning when you went through with it.
I don't recall.
I think that's all I have.
Right, redirect. I just make sure that you final excuse, would you like to return?
No, I may meet him later.
All
I'm
right,
not sure.
your main entertainment means you can't get a courtroom, you're up to testimony. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else, and all that, okay? Be free to leave the courtroom and just be in contact. Y'all got contact information on Mr. Horan?
Yes, sir. I think I do. Just want to make sure this photograph. I can get him.
All right, you can, you don't have to stay in the courthouse, but you can't stay in the courtroom, okay?
Yes, sir.
Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. Let's see, y'all been out there an hour and 11 minutes. No, we actually started on time this morning. I don't know if anybody gave us any credit for that or not anyway. But and you haven't had to get up and leave yet. So far, we're getting, I'm gonna give us credit this morning. Why don't we, how long, next week's gonna be quite long, isn't it? Let's take a break, okay? Remember the court's instructions, don't discuss the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case with you. Don't form or express any opinions about the case. Y'all can express opinions about Hattiesburg.
We've got passion, we've got determination. Like, and if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
call Detective Ryan Baker.
Ryan?
Ryan Baker.
Okay.
You swear to affirm the testimony about hearing
I swear.
You may proceed when ready.
Detective Baker, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Ryan Baker.
And could you tell us how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by the Oxford Police Department as an intelligence officer.
And how long have you been an intelligence officer with the Oxford Police Department?
As far as intelligence officers, I've been about a year. Prior to that, I was a detective with the Criminal Investigations Division at Oxford Police Department.
So in July 2022, what was your position? Were you the detective then?
Yes, I was a detective during July of 2022.
How long have you worked in policing?
In policing altogether, I've worked about 14 years. 9 years of that would have been with Oxford Police Department.
Do you specialize in any particular area in your work with the Oxford Police Department?
Yes, I'm a cell phone forensic examiner, if you will, as a part of the criminal investigations.
Okay. Before we get more into detail, Oxford Police Department became involved in the disappearance investigation of University Police of Jay Lee due to his car being found at Molly Bar Trails. Would that be accurate?
Yes, that is correct.
And Jay Lee's car was seen leaving from where?
Jay Lee's car was seen leaving from his apartment at Campus Walk, and then later on in the investigation, we see it going to Molly Bar Trails, leaving from. We learned that his car left from Lafayette Place.
Did you have an opportunity to view footage of Jay Lee's car leaving his Campus Walk apartment?
Yes, I have.
Detective Baker, I'm handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 95. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the flash drive that the Campus Walk video was downloaded to.
I believe earlier in the trial, we introduced a similar video, but you couldn't see Jay Lee getting into the vehicle. Are you able to see the full of the video of Jay Lee last leaving Campus Walk Apartments on this video?
Yes, when I reviewed it, you could see him getting in his vehicle and leaving.
All right, this time I move to enter into evidence the full video of Jay Lee leaving Campus Walk Apartments. Publish to the jury. Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Objection on the
Any objections to,
previously noted.
be noted for the record of previous objection, introduction of this testimony.
Detective Baker, are you able to see, is it showing on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is this
Jerry, see? What about the big screen? Does it show?
Yes.
All right, we're good to go.
is this the footage that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we'll play it through. And as that's playing, who are we watching?
That's Jay Lee.
And what vehicle did he just enter?
He got into his black Ford with the gold stripe.
Now, Detective Baker, if you could please tell me some of what you learned about Tim Harrington's background and who he is over the course of your investigation.
Yeah, so Tim Harrington graduated from Ole Miss in May, just before this happened, May 2022. Tim studied and read and searched and looked up a lot of things about real estate.
What was the question? What was the question? I was done. I'm a real approach.
Detective Baker, I'm going to be a little more specific. What is Tim Harrington's height and weight? Or what was it at the time he was arrested in 2022?
The time he was arrested, he was 5 feet 8 inches and 160 pounds.
And do you know anything about his family background?
Yes, I know that his grandfather was the bishop of a church, Abundant Life Church, there in Grenada. Several of his family members served on staff there at that church. His dad, his uncle, and so forth were very active in Abundant Life Church. Tim taught classes, youth Sunday school type classes there at that church. They were a well-known family around Grenada. A lot of people knew who they were.
Would you describe them as a wealthy or affluent family?
Yes, I would.
And you said Mr. Harrington was also active in the church in Grenada?
He was. He, like I said, he taught youth classes. He also played the instruments there for the church as well.
Did you learn anything about Mr. Harrington's sexuality over the course of your investigation?
Yes, Mr. Harrington was not openly gay. He was not openly.
First of all, give me a basis for that.
Detective Baker,
They have foundation.
Detective Baker, how are you able to learn this information as to Mr. Harrington not being openly gay?
Just talking to people around the investigation, also his cell phone extractions, his social media, just all through the investigation of looking into him, he was not portraying himself as being that way.
Specifically,
Evidence relevant at this time. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what the
I'm
relevance of it is.
gonna give them some leeway in this regard this time anyway.
Following Mr. Harrington,
Support any statement with the basis of that information, okay?
following Mr. Harrington's arrest, were you able to review any communications that he had?
Following his arrest,
Communications he may have had while after he was initially arrested?
yes.
And who did he talk to? What sorts of people did he talk to?
He talked to mostly his family members.
And in reviewing those communications, did you find out if Timothy Harrington was openly gay with his friends and family he was talking to?
No, he was not.
You stated earlier that you specialize in computer forensics and cell phone extractions. Tell me about what that is.
All right, so cell phone extractions is we use a tool, and there's multiple tools out there. We have two of those different types of tools, different companies, so forth. But essentially, what a cell phone extraction is just the tool connects to the phone and basically makes a handshake with the phone and asks the phone to share the phone's data with the tool to extract that data off the tool. And a lot of things, you get a lot of things from that phone, like emails, text messages, call logs, location data, any apps that were downloaded to the phone, a lot of things like that the phone will share with the extraction tool.
Tell me, have you received any training in order to do the cell phone extractions?
Yes, I have. In 2021, I went to the National Computer Forensics Institute over in Hoover, Alabama. And the NCFI is what we call it, is run by the Secret Service, United States Secret Service. And I took a course there, a 156-hour course on cell phone examining. And then I was ultimately certified as a Cellebrite certified Cellebrite operator.
And since 2021, about how many cell phone extractions have you performed in your work with Oxford Police Department?
Approximately 120 extractions.
And you stated that it pulls things like apps and location data, things of that nature. In your investigation, and I believe throughout this entire investigation, throughout the trial, we've heard testimony regarding different apps, such as Tinder, Grindr. Have you learned anything about if the defendant uses those apps?
Yes,
But also throughout your investigation, victim, Jay Lee, he used those apps as well, right?
he did.
Will you tell me, is it typical for people to use those apps, or is that just typical in the gay or LGBTQ community?
No, it's typical. I mean, we're in a college town. There's a lot of students here. It's not, I mean, just about all of the students that you see here are people of their age are always on their phones. They're constantly using social media. So it's very common for people of Jay Lee and Tim's age to be on apps.
Like the dating?
Social media apps, dating apps. Like I said, it's college town, always trying to find, that companion and so forth. So dating apps are very common, yes.
And when you performed, I think we're talking about the cell phone extractions, were reports produced?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And you kind of went over what these reports contain. Let me talk about, tell us about what devices of Tim's were extractions performed on.
We formed,
Your Honor, I think for the record at this time, I voice my objection to the extraction based on previous motion filed.
Yep, be more, come to me, be more
actions performed on?
Mr. Harrington had an iPhone 12 cell phone and an Apple MacBook. And we conducted a forensic exam on the cell phone and the Mac.
And before we get into that more, the victim, Jay Lee, did you receive any location data or anything from his Snapchat from that warrant?
Yes, we did.
And did you do, why did you do a warrant for his Snapchat?
We did a warrant for Snapchat because earlier in the investigation, we learned that Khalid Fears had told investigators that Jay Lee had called him on Snapchat. So with us as police, that's kind of, we see that as a clue. He's using Snapchat. So if he made a phone call off Snapchat, we'd want to try to see who all he was talking to and so forth during that day prior and so forth, just to see if anyone would know anything about where Jay Lee was or anything like that.
And from the warrants, and we've also heard about various other warrants in this case, and the cell phone extraction, did you prepare a presentation today to go over all of that?
I did.
And do you recognize that if I were to show it to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Would like some redaction of some personal information. I don't know how we want to do it.
Prior to any personal information being seen, let us know, and we'll do our best to try to stop that way from being broadcast to the world anyway, okay? If it's impossible, it's impossible.
If there's a way to maybe turn off this TV at that time,
That's what we can do. And ask it not to focus on any other.
and then the jurors can, and people at the table can see.
All right, but I haven't seen this document, so y'all have to be on the lookout. Okay?
Detective Baker, please testify colleagues to go over all this information. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and,
Can you, have you got a just on and off switch for that, or something? All right, be on standby then, okay? Go ahead, apologize for interrupting.
does that envelope contain that PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am.
Prepared it for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, I would like to move, Chief, mark for ID the PowerPoint of Detective Baker.
Okay, all right, we'll be working for ID at this time.
When you were creating that PowerPoint, Detective Baker, what sorts of information did you include on it?
Included information from the cell phone extraction, which was corroborated by the MacBook extraction. Also, some of the search warrants, the social media search warrants that we used, the Snapchat, Facebook, those types of information.
And did you put it in a chronological order of the time of the crime, sort of like a timeline?
Yes, ma'am.
And that PowerPoint accurately reflects the timeline of the Oxford police investigation?
It does.
All right, this time I would move to enter into evidence the PowerPoint presentation prepared by Detective Baker.
Any objections?
No, other than previously.
Okay, it'll be a minute.
Give the gift of every moment captured with Whoop, now 10% off.
Yes, ma'am.
Now tell me, what are we looking at here?
So here's a slide describing the cell phone extraction, or just kind of some basic information there that we got from it. The Apple ID, the MSISDN is the phone number. The MC is just a number that describes the cell phone. And then the computer extraction, the MacBook Pro, its user identifier and its username that was inputted into the computer as its user's name.
And this was the referring to the extractions done on the defendant Timothy Harrington's devices.
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay, kind of walk us through what you learned in the investigation starting on July 8th, 2022, from these extractions. So tell me, what are we looking at here?
So here's a message that Jay Lee had sent to Tim on Friday, July the 8th, 2022 at 2:54 a.m. asking Tim if he was in Oxford.
And where were you able to get this information from?
So this information was from his cell phone extraction. If you kind of see the little table there, that's an actual, just a kind of a pull out of that extraction, just kind of look and see what it would look like.
When you say his cell phone extraction, are you referring to the defendant, Timothy Harrington?
Yes, Timothy Harrington.
Did you all ever recover Jay Lee's cell phone?
No, we never recovered Jay Lee's cell phone.
So tell me, I believe the first point was 2:54 a.m. Jay Lee texted you in Oxford to Tim Harrington. Tell me what was the next point in the timeline.
So the next points in the timeline that we were able to find out, wasn't until 4:01 that morning when Jay Lee had left his apartment and went to Timothy Harrington's apartment at Lafayette Place. And this, what this screen here is describing his Snapchat locations. We got these locations from Snapchat. And you can see that the 401, Jimmy Lee is at his apartment.
Ooh, look how nosy he is, y'all. He like, what? What? But I wonder if his objection is to speculation because he said that he was at Jay Lee's apartment when the
Mr.
plot.
Smith, that the testimony that an officer can produce as to the Latin longitude is limited to the ping location to where the device is connected to the tower that is pinging from. What this officer just said on the stand was that based on Jimmy Lee's Snapchat location, he was located at the apartment.
I'm going to, I'll hear from you, but we're going to talk a lot about ping locations and not people locations, okay?
It's just very clear under the case law, Judge, that they're allowed to testify without an expert as to the phone being connected to the tower that the ping connects to. They cannot testify as to the location of the phone or the location of the user explicitly.
I'll hear from you.
Your Honor, I do believe that he should have stated that in the area of Jimmy Lee's apartment, but I would also state, Your Honor, testimony has already come forth coming from showing video of Jimmy Lee coming out of his apartment at around this time. We've already seen that. So he doesn't just know it from the ping data. We actually see Jay Lee come out of his apartment at Campus Walk. So that was the testimony, Your Honor. With the cell phone in his hand.
Judge, the point is that there may be some other evidence they can testify to. They need to coach the response based on that, explicitly stating that based on his Snapchat ping location, that Jay Lee was at his apartment is exactly what the case law says he cannot say.
He was objected to before he could finish his answer, because it was corroborated.
Let's not get the cart before the horse on his testimony. He can testify about longitude, how he got that, what's the longitude and latitude of a ping location, a ping that so and so's phone pinged at this location by longitude and latitude, and generally, what's that in the area of? He could then, as it relates to Jimmy Lee's apartment, he could be asked a question: do you have any information that is consistent with that being the case? I.e., the video of him leaving the apartment. But we got that little baby steps in this. We can't take big old giant steps, and I'm not faulting anyway, but it's very technical, and we're going to have to follow the technical rules, okay?
I understand, and the witness, make sure he understands, is when we're referring to the latitude and longitude, we'll say in the area of the location per your slideshow.
The phone data pinged at that location, not that Jay Lee or Mr. Harrington or anybody else was at that, but their phone pinged at this latitude and longitude and go on from there anyway. All right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead. Y'all ready for the jury to be back? Go ahead. Wait.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very technically, you can say any location, not necessarily the phone location.
Ping, we talking about pings, we're not talking about phones, okay? Go ahead and show the jury back in.
We don't have a problem with her leaving witness on the matter.
Okay.
On that matter.
Okay.
I can do that. That makes it easier.
I would suggest that you just start fresh on this area of question, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will do that.
You may proceed.
So Detective Baker, before our little break, we were looking at information you received from Jay Lee's Snapchat warrant on his Snapchat account, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if I'm seeing correctly, what you have labeled here is Jay Lee's apartment and Timothy Harrington's apartment. Jay Lee's apartment was Campus Walk, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And let me know if I'm correct. At 4:01 a.m., I'm going to go in chronological order, according to the latitude and longitude in the data you received, Jay Lee's phone ping location was in the area of his apartment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you have, and then at 4:44 a.m., well, I'll start there. At 4:01 a.m., did you have anything to corroborate that Jay Lee was in that location?
Yes, the campus walk video.
Okay. And it says, I think here at 4:05 a.m., Jay Lee's phone ping location was in the area of Timothy Harrington's Lafayette Place apartment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you have anything to corroborate that Jay Lee made it to Timothy Harrington's apartment?
Yes, the Snapchat location that we're talking about, the message.
Objection, Your Honor.
Be more,
I believe he was saying the message.
I'm
You
going,
said Snapchat location.
I'm going to,
I will
I'm
rephrase my
going to
question.
rephrase the question anyway, okay?
In your, were you present for the defendant Timothy Harrington's interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that interview, did Mr. Harrington admit that Jay Lee came to his apartment?
Yes, he did admit that Jay Lee had come to his apartment previous in the night, yes.
And I see that the next time in our sequence is 4:14 a.m. that Jay Lee's phone ping location is also remains in the area of Timothy Harrington's Lafayette Place apartment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you have any, I believe then I see that by 4:44 a.m., Jay Lee's phone ping location is now back within the area of Jay Lee's Campus Walk apartment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in your interview of Mr. Harrington, did you learn that Jay Lee had come to his apartment and left?
I did, yes.
Okay. And did you also learn in review of messages between Timothy Harrington's Snapchat and Jay Lee's Snapchat that he had come over and left?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective Baker, I want to take us, we're now at 4:44 a.m. to take us to the next point, and you tell me what we're looking at.
All right, so this is another message on that the phone extraction, Tim Harrington's phone extraction, pulled from the phone July the 8th, 4:36 a.m. And it's originated from the Instagram.
Boom, baby. eBay. Things people love.
His apartment, did you ever witness Jay Lee return to his apartment on the campus walk surveillance video?
Yes, you're referring to after the first time that he had left, went to Timmy D.
Yes.
Harrington, came back. Yes, he did come back by video, yes.
Okay, and so I see here, what is the time that this first message was sent and who was it sent to?
It was 4:36 a.m. Jay Lee sent it to Timothy Harrington.
And from the campus walk video, you know Jay Lee was at his home at this time.
Yes, he was.
Okay, and what does this first message say?
It says, I just wanted to be able to say, I had you be DL. Again, fun to have been the first guy. Experiment over.
Over the course of the investigation, did you learn what the term DL means?
Yes, it stands for down low, and which means that it's someone who is not openly gay. They don't want everybody to know that they see other men or other women, depending on their original gender. But in this case, Mr. Harrington, he did not, or that person does not want.
I'll sustain the objection.
Now, you were stating that DL means, what does DL mean?
Down low. Yes, so it means being on the down low. Means that that person does not want anybody else to know that they see somebody of the same.
I'm going to allow this testimony, but not relate to a particular person.
That person doesn't want everybody else to know that they see someone of the same gender.
And so I noticed that the next message is at 4:53 a.m. What was that message?
It says, also, I nutted on your floor, so you should get that up, BTW. Oh, and the nude was fake too. Okay, back to block now.
Explain to me what was significant about these two messages in your investigation.
So the one thing was significant is Jay Lee is saying that he's back to block, which would corroborated what Khalid Fears had told us earlier in the investigation of when Jay Lee had called him that morning and told him that he was going back over to someone's house that he had previously visited before. And after that visit, that he had blocked that person on all social media. And now that he was going back to that person's house.
And that first message specifically, was there anything significant about that in your investigation?
Just that Mr. Harrington was DL, as he says, and that according to Jay Lee, that relationship, Jay Lee was his first guy relationship.
I believe it says, I just wanted to be able to say, after these two messages, what took place?
Be a little more specific.
What, according to what you reviewed in your phone extractions, what took place on Timothy Harrington's phone after these two messages?
Thank you. That Timothy Harrington received an Instagram notification about 5:13 a.m. that I am Jay Lee, you can't receive your message. And this came from, like I said, Instagram. When someone blocks someone else, they get this type of a message saying that they can't contact that other person.
If you would speak in the microphone.
So,
Please repeat your answer.
So this is from Instagram, and it was a message notifying Mr. Harrington that Jay Lee could not receive his message, which is typically happens after someone blocks someone else.
So Mr. Harrington would have tried to message Jay Lee and he would receive this message, correct?
Correct.
And please tell us the next thing that took place.
All right, so the next thing was on that morning at 5:17 a.m. Well, we'll say this, I'll back up because you can kind of see there on the screen and kind of explain this a little bit. This is a Snapchat. On the left is a Snapchat message. These are going to be the Snapchat messages. Sucker for Jay is Jay Lee. In blue and in red, that's Timothy Harrington. Because and me, it says on here, that's how Snapchat Snapchat returned it to us. So that's red eye _24 would be in the red, Tim Harrington that we found out. And then Sucker for Jay is Jay Lee in the blue. So here at the top, you see that Tim.
My name is Sarah Sherman Samuel.
Hi, I'm Jake Honold.
I'm Jamie McDonald.
My name is Mulaney Barnett. I'm
Capture whatever that message, phone call, whatever that could be. Snapchat did not capture whatever that was. And then at 5:17 a.m., Jay Lee asked Tim, who TF is this? Then he follows up at 5:18 with a question mark.
After the 5:18 question mark, what were you able to determine took place on Timothy Harrington's phone?
So the next thing that happened was Mr. Harrington FaceTimed, a FaceTime call, video call, Jay Lee at 5:19, again at 5:19, and then at 5:20, all three calls were unanswered by Jay Lee.
So from this interaction, were you able to tell if Jay Lee knew who was behind the Red Eye account at this time?
I need him asked from strictly from the information contained there.
Yes. From this interaction, were you able to tell if Jay Lee knew who was behind the Red Eye account?
No, not at this point.
What happens next?
All right, so at 5:21, Mr. Harrington searches Jay Lee's Twitter profile.
And then after 5:21?
Then after 5:21, at 5:23, Mr. Harrington calls Jay Lee through that Red Eye _24 account on Snapchat as a video call, and it was answered for about 14 seconds. There was an interaction.
So per your investigation and what you were reviewing here, did it seem to you that that was when Jay Lee would have known who was behind the account?
Yes.
Let's go into the next. So what conversation, if you could tell us, took place after the call at 5:23 a.m.?
All right, so going back to the Snapchat conversation here, Jay at 5:24 asked, "What did you just delete?" 5:25, Jay asked or said, "You made it like this." 5:25, Mr. Harrington responds, "Come back." And at 5:26, Mr. Harrington asked, "You coming or not?" And at 5:27, Jay Lee says no.
So before you continue on, just then, what have you learned in the investigation from your interviews with Tim Harrington, Lit Fears, and reading this that is going on right now?
That Jay Lee had come back for that second time.
And who was inviting him over?
Mr. Harrington.
And did he come over immediately?
No, he did not.
So I believe that was the first time Jay Lee says no. Continue on with the 5:27 a.m. and tell me what Mr. Harrington says.
Mr. Harrington asked why not. And then
This message
at 5:31, he's 2 question marks
from Mr. Harrington.
from Mr. Harrington.
And what does Jay Lee respond?
And Jay Lee's response at 5:34 is, "You just wouldn't even eat my ass 1 hour ago after I cleaned and everything. Then you proceed to nut in my mouth. Hopefully you ain't been fucking nobody raw. then ask if I'm going to stop harassing you now and that you want to stop linking. YK, how much of an asshole move that is?
And then 534,
You foul.
from this text message and the course of your investigation, what were you able to deduce is the relationship between these two individuals?
That they previously had a sexual relationship.
What?
I believe he said that they previously had a sexual relationship. Okay.
Okay.
And was that relationship, were they a couple?
No.
What could you tell from this message between the two?
That Jay Lee, that during the previous morning's sexual encounter, Jay Lee had prepared to have sexual encounters and that it didn't happen in a way that he expected.
All the speculation.
Speculation.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I think those words speak for themselves.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you. So I believe you were stating that the message is saying that they had a previous encounter and it didn't go well.
Right.
And they are not a couple, right?
They're not.
So how do the messages proceed?
But in 535, Jay says, like you did some questionable shit, but that was too much.
And then 535 again?
Have a good night, Tim.
Does that also identify Timothy Harrington as the person he was speaking to?
It does.
Okay. What's Jay Lee's next message?
537, Jay Lee says, yeah, now it seemed like you just trying to lure me over there to beat my ass or something.
So at this point, has Jay Lee agreed to go back to Mr. Harrington's apartment?
Hang on a second. Reference, rephrase the question and ask in relation to these messages on, okay?
Detective Baker.
Go ahead.
They got phone calls in here, the content of the phone calls between two individuals on here, so you can't possibly know what they talked about. 14-second phone call.
I'm gonna direct it to limit it to this particular statement in these particular things.
So, Detective Baker, at this point, per the messages that we're looking at, has Jay Lee agreed to go over to Mr. Harrington's apartment?
No, not according to these messages.
So, the next message in the line after Jay Lee states that he is suspicious of Mr. Harrington is what?
So 538, Mr. Harrington says, you tripping. I do feel bad because we cool, so I ain't trying to end it like this.
And how does Jay Lee respond at 5:39 a.m.?
How we cool and you barely want me to text you?
At this point, Jay Lee and Tim Harrington, from these messages, does it seem like
Objection to the speculation.
from these messages?
I don't know what the question is yet anyway, so phrase your question and I'll rule on your objection. Yes.
Yes. Detective Baker, from these messages, which you reviewed as a part of your investigation, and as a police officer who regularly conducts investigations into crimes such as these, does it seem like these are the types Jay Lee and Mr. Harrington are in a relationship wherein they hang out regularly and Jay Lee, they're in a good place?
I'm going to deny the objection. I'll rule the objection. Let's justify.
Does it seem like the two are in a good place in their relationship?
No, it doesn't. Generally in a relationship, two people like to talk to each other, text and so forth. So based on this message, with one person doesn't want the other to text them, I would say no.
So let's continue on at 5:39 a.m. What is Mr. Harrington's response?
I'm saying you're a cool person.
And at 5:40, what is Jay Lee's response.
When the last time you fucked somebody and don't lie?
And 5:39, let's see, what's I believe, Mr. Harrington's response?
A few weeks ago.
And the next response from Jay Lee?
Raw or condom?
So as the conversation continues on 5:44 a.m., what does Jay Lee state?
Only way I see you again is if I'm getting head in the front.
And at 5:45 a.m., what is Mr. Harrington's response?
It just responds with
And then,
and then says okay.
and what is Jay Lee's response at 5:45 a.m.?
Yes, Tim, what you keep deleting, and that's it, just okay.
And at 5:46 a.m., what is Mr. Harrington's response?
I misspelled something, and okay, I'll do it.
And at 5:48 a.m., what is Jay Lee's response?
YK, if you try something fast, it won't end up good for you, right?
And at 5:48 a.m., what is Mr. Harrington's response?
WYM, something fast?
And what does Jay Lee say in response at 5:48 to Mr. Harrington?
Like try to hurt me or some shit?
And what is Mr. Harrington's response?
I know.
And then at 5:51 a.m., what is Jay Lee's response?
Possibly later tonight.
So at this point, per these messages, has Jay Lee agreed to go back over to Timothy Harrington's apartment that morning?
No, he has not agreed to go back over there that morning. Just gonna maybe tonight.
And what is Mr. Harrington's response to that?
LOL, I just told you I'm leaving later today.
And what is Jay Lee's response?
LOL, okay, we finna see if you lying.
And what does Mr. Harrington say?
Yes, lying about.
And continue on and tell us the rest of what Jay Lee says.
So Jay Lee at 5:54 says making it up. Then he says, I'm coming.
So at that point, is that per these messages when Jay Lee agrees to come over to Mr. Harrington's apartment?
Yes, that is.
And per your interview with Mr. Harrington, did Jay Lee come back over to his apartment?
He did.
And I believe that was at 5:54 a.m. After Jay Lee has now agreed, well, before
we educate our clients and let them know that, number one, we work on a contingency fee basis.
Right away, it's still a few minutes. It was still a few minutes before he left.
maybe should you speak into the mic? Per these messages, did Jay Lee immediately agree to go to Mr. Harrington's apartment when he first asked him to come back?
No, he did not.
Okay, and he finally agreed at 5:54 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then what is the next thing that happens in the timeline?
At 5:57 a.m., Mr. Harrington searches in Google, does a Google search. How long does it take to strangle someone, Gabby Petito?
And tell me, where was this information pulled from?
This information was pulled from his cell phone, his MacBook. They were on both items.
And was it also in any search warrants that were received during the course of the investigation?
Yes, it was also on the Google search warrant as well.
And we said Gabby Petito. What did you learn about how this search might have taken place?
That it's, as you start typing in how long does it take to strangle someone, as you start typing it into the search bar, Google tries to guess what you're putting in. And as you're putting these words in, the first thing that populates is how does it take to strangle someone, Gabby Petito, right under the search bar there.
And have you recently performed that same search?
Yes, I have.
And does the same thing happen today?
relevance at this point in time.
I'm gonna allow her to ask you.
She said that if you've recently done it, that's not relevant to this case.
I'm gonna allow her to ask you. I know it's your record for, objection to the record.
Does the same thing happen when you do the search today?
Yes, the same thing happens.
And at this time, I would like the witness to perform a demonstration of that search and the auto population.
You can do it back on the time, the same time frame that my client did, it's not relevant to this jury.
Your Honor, if he stated that,
Hang on
that's
a
it.
second, hang on a second.
He can do it part of the
I'm gonna, I think we've heard enough testimony on that issue anyway. Move on. Stand your objection.
Detective Baker, did you perform this search at the time of this investigation back in July of 2022?
I did.
And when you perform this search, is that how you know it auto completes to Gabby Petito?
That's correct.
So, what is the next thing that takes place? And when you search that back in 2022, was there an answer to that question of how long it takes to strangle someone?
Yes, it was.
And do you remember what the time was?
Now, the objection to that is not whether or not there's an answer to it, it's whether or not my client searched the documents that were in the body of it. No testimonies, no evidence. He goes further down on his testimony.
I'm
He
gonna,
says,
I'm gonna let you lay a better foundation before moving on to that question.
When you search, how long does it take to strangle someone? Gabby Petito. Does a result come up?
It was a article that came up after you've searched that whole string of words there. It populates down. There was one of the first article, I forget what the name of the exact article was, but it was referring to the trial of Gabby Petito and someone testifying, and an expert testifying. And within that little,
Who child? Yeah. So the text messages we've heard, this is the third time we've heard the text messages. They've been testified to for a couple of people. We didn't hear. They've been testified to a couple of people. I know one person didn't go through all of them, but they did go through some of them, and then somebody did go through that very explicit part that we heard. So this is the third time we've actually heard those messages. I think he did tell her that. I understand what she's doing. I think the prosecutor is having a hard time wording her questions. I don't think she was expecting the objections that she had. So she's trying to lay a little bit more foundation to get to the point that when he searched something, what popped up and why was that significant. So she's gonna have to pull it together here. Yes, they do actually prep their witness. So, yep, they seems like they trying to pull it all together. Yeah, she need to pull it together um to get it out in front of the jury, because I didn't know that the Gabby Palato piece was a part of the search. Like, I only heard the search part to support how long does it take to strangle somebody. Like, I didn't know that there was a Gabby Pateo behind that. So I'm getting ready to look that up because it sounds like it's the case. Yeah, D Wood, like I mean, I feel like the prosecutor has been doing a good job. Like when it comes time for her to do her arguments, I think she is super, super strong at doing her arguments. But it's I'm kind of shocked that she's struggling to come up with good questions.
When you performed the search on your own back in 22, what phone did you use?
I use a computer.
You used the computer, okay. And when the results came up, did you have to click on them to see an answer to the question?
If I recall, yes, I think you have to click on the, because it gives you a list. It gives, that was the first one, how long does it take to strangle someone, Gabby Petito, and it gives you some other guesses. But yes, you have to either hit return, hit enter, or click on the top one there, how long did it take to strangle Gabby Petito, to bring up the article.
So now if you would please look back at your screen and let me know, what are we looking at here at 5:57 a.m.? We're still in July 8th.
Yes, so this is a Google search that Mr. Harrington did right after he did the strangle search. It does pre-workout boost testosterone.
And tell me, was that significant to you all in your investigation?
Yes, I found it kind of significant because looking through the phone extractions, we've got messages, calls, social media activity from Mr. Harrington all through the night. One thing that pre-workout does is it's a caffeine, it's a stimulant, it's to get you up, going, kind of wake you up.
Are we talking about something particular on the screen here?
Trying to explain what would happen if you did something, active search something, acted on something.
Aaron, that is not what he's stating. I asked the witness, why was this significant? He started to say
Let
that
me back up here. Why is what significant?
the search does pre-workout boost testosterone.
I'll let you rephrase your question, indicate exactly what search you're talking about, okay?
Yes. Detective Baker, why was the search, this pre-workout boost testosterone, significant to you all in your investigation?
Yes, because he, according to the cell phone extraction, according to the messages and so forth, Mr. Harrington had been up for a long time. He'd been up most of the night having conversations with other people, and as we see with Jay Lee. Therefore, pre-workout, just because I've taken it before and I understand what pre-workout is, it's to give you energy and so forth to do a workout.
I'll sustain the objection anyway.
As the investigation proceeds forward, what is the next thing in our timeline?
So at 6:03 July the 8th, that morning, Jimmy Lee's last Snapchat message was sent to Timothy Harrington, which stated open.
And per your interview with Mr. Harrington, did Jay Lee return to his apartment on July 8th?
Yes, he did.
And after this Snapchat message sent by Jay Lee, did Jay Lee ever send another Snapchat message that you saw in the investigation?
No, he did not.
So I see here this says 6:08 a.m. to 6:12 a.m. And tell me if I'm correct. At 6 a.m., you have the latitude and longitude ping location of Jay Lee's cell phone in the area of Campus Walk Apartments. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then at 6:03 a.m., you have the ping location of Jay Lee's cell phone in the area of Lafayette Place Apartments.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I believe I said ping location of the cell phone.
It's not the location of the cell phone, it's the location of the tower the cell phone is pinging on.
Correct. I will rephrase, Your Honor.
All right, rephrase.
At 6:03 a.m., you have the latitude and longitude of the
Love this fit. Thanks. I retail me knotted it. Retail me knotted it. Retail me knotted it. Retail.
That's correct.
And again, at 6:12 a.m., you have the latitude and longitude of the ping location of that Jaylee's cell phone is pinging off a tower in the area of Tim Harrington's Lafayette Place apartment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in your interview with Tim Harrington, were you able to confirm that he did in fact come back over to Mr. Harrington's apartment?
Yes.
And you can tell me, what is the length of time it takes to get from Campus Walk Apartments to Lafayette Place Apartments?
Not very long. It's about 0.3 miles away, so, and it's a straight shot. It would not take very long at all.
So what occurs next in our timeline?
All right, so at 6:38 a.m., Mr. Harrington searched Walmart in the Apple Maps, the Maps app on an Apple phone.
And where did you pull this information from?
From his cell phone extraction.
Did Mr. Harrington end up going to Walmart?
Yes, he did.
And were you able to confirm that in your interview with Mr. Harrington?
Yes, I did.
How long or when did Mr. Harrington go to Walmart?
It was, I can't remember the exact time he got there, but the duct tape was bought at 6:49 a.m.
Okay, so we're now looking at the next slide, and I believe the earliest time on here is what you just testified regarding, the Walmart receipt and video at 6:49 a.m., which I believe is already in evidence. That receipt and video, following that, where does Mr. Harrington go, and how were you able to confirm that?
Then Mr. Harrington takes, in his Ford Escape, he leaves Walmart and goes out to Highway 6 to the Lynx Apartments, where the box truck was parked at the time. And he brings the box truck back into town, passes the Kokomo's gas station there at 6:57 in the box truck.
And so were you able to view footage, I believe that's already been put into evidence, showing Mr. Harrington driving past Kokomo's to the Lynx? Were you?
Yes, going to the Lynx, yes.
And that was where the box truck was parked?
Yes,
And were you also able to view footage of Tim Harrington then driving back towards Lafayette Place?
yes.
And what time did Tim Harrington make it back to Lafayette Place?
7:02 a.m.
Now, what are we looking at here? Let me go back.
Yep, Columbus, they didn't object, but I think that I think that he's gonna call an expert to talk about the radius of which someone's phone tower, someone can ping within a tower.
So Detective Baker, I believe you just testified that Timothy Harrington arrived back at his apartment at 7:02 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
How did you learn that information?
Through his cell phone at a location.
So tell us what happens next.
Outstanding objection, that's further basis.
In Mr. Harrington's interview, did he state that he went back to Lafayette Place apartment after leaving Walmart?
Yes, he did.
So, Detective Baker, I believe the next time here is 7:18 a.m. What do we see at 7:18 a.m.?
Jay Lee's car passing rainbow cleaners.
And at that time, there was video footage that you reviewed showing that?
It was.
And then, and what road is this tracking Rainbow Cleaners is on? What road is that?
It's Jackson Avenue.
And the next time I see is 7:21 a.m. What did you view from there?
Jay Lee's car headed eastbound, passing Rebel Drive on Jackson Avenue, passing the Rebel Drive intersection.
And at 7:23 a.m., what were you able to view at that time?
I viewed that Lee's car was traveling in a northward direction, passing CB Webb Housing Authority and also Rockets Quickmart.
And I see you have this here in the corner, 7:28 a.m. Detective or Sergeant Ben Douglas had performed an exigency ping on Jay Lee's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at 7:28 a.m., the location of Jay Lee's phone ping tower is in the area over here. And what area is that?
So it would have been the Stone Park and the residential college south.
I believe our next time up here is 7:25 a.m. What are you able to view, or what did you view at 7:25 a.m. in reference to Jay Lee's car?
Jay Lee's car entered Molly Bar Trails at 7:25 a.m.
And at 7:34 a.m., what were you able to view on that same video in relation to Mr. Harrington?
Mr. Harrington was running out of Molly Bar Trails at 7:34.
And how were you able to corroborate that Mr. Harrington was running out of Molly Bar Trails at that time?
Through the Rockets video.
And on that video, was Mr. Harrington picked up by anyone?
Yes, he was picked up by Keziah Carter.
And were you able to question Keziah Carter or maybe other detectives, you let me know, Keziah Carter, regarding picking up Mr. Harrington?
Yes, we did.
And did he confirm that he picked up Tim Harrington?
He did confirm that he picked up Timothy Harrington.
So what are we looking at here around the 7:34 a.m. mark on July 8th?
So this is just a screenshot of, or a picture screenshot of Mr. Harrington running out of Molly Bar Trails. And he's got a gray hoodie on. And he also has what appears to me to be another shirt wrapped around his neck as he's running. The significance of that to me is, you can see it a lot better. I have to blow it up, but watching the video, you can see a lot better that shirt was a light gray. And if he'd been running the route and running as long as he said he was in 86-degree temperature with 70% humidity, he would have been sweating a lot more. And then you could have been able to see that on camera, that the front of the hoodie, the back of the hoodie would have been a darker gray color with the sweat. And also the secondary, what appears to be shirt, could have been used to drape over Jay Lee's steering wheel to keep his fingerprints and touch DNA from it.
Ryan, he stated could have been used, and he's a police officer. They make these determinations in their investigations, Your Honor. He's not giving any scientific testimony.
I'm not gonna let him talk about this particular item of clothing. He can talk about general police practice and what he might know anyway.
Now, what was the temperature and humidity in Oxford that morning?
It's approximately 86 degrees with 70% humidity.
And did you look that up back in July 2022?
It was sometime after that, but it's a historical website that you can actually go back in time and put in your date and time, and it will tell you what the temperature, humidity, and so forth was like.
And was there anything significant about the way that Jay Lee's car was parked at Molly Bright Trails?
Yes, it was. His wheels were turned to the left, kind of all the way turned to the left, and it was also parked on top of a parking space line.
Why was that significant?
To me, it's significant as an investigator that it would show that someone came in kind of hurriedly, in a hurry to park into a parking space. They didn't take the time to back up, straighten their wheels, make sure they're in between the parking spaces, and so forth.
Could you look through these photos and sort of pick out the ones that show what you're referring to?
Let me go in and see them for you.
They're already evidence, sir.
Reference exhibit. You would be reference exhibit.
What exhibit is it?
I believe this is S. Please pick out the photos that show what you're referring to. Now, Detective Baker, I'm showing what has been previously introduced into evidence as S13. Please, looking at this, tell me what it was you're referring to and tell me if this is the right picture.
Yes, it is.
So what were you describing again?
So it's describing the wheels being turned all the way to the left. Same thing there. Wheels turned all the way to the left. You just tell that the wheels are turned to the left, and the same thing there.
Now we'll get back to our timeline, Detective Baker. Now, what are we looking at here? What happens next in our timeline?
All right, so next in the timeline, Mr. Harrington leaves Oxford and goes to Grenada, Mississippi.
And how did you all learn that Mr. Harrington went to Grenada, Mississippi?
So how we learned that was we got financial records for Mr. Harrington, and we learned that he had made an ATM withdrawal from Renaissance Bank on 7/8/6, I forget the exact time, 6 something in the evening. And then we got the video surveillance from that ATM at Renaissance Bank. And in that video, we learned that Tim Harrington got out of a box truck.
Is that how you all, Your Honor, reaffirm.
They were ID'd on the best I can remember.
Your Honor, the detective personally viewed these videos, and he can testify to what he did in the investigation. The RNS cleaners video actually has, I believe, been, I think for IT purposes, has been introduced. Before we show that video, we will officially introduce that video into evidence.
Okay.
Your Honor,
I'm going to generally let him testify about what, y'all come here a second anyway, make sure. Let's go ahead and get just a little bit more done. Food probably be cold anyway. Let's go ahead and get just a little bit more done.
So, I believe where we left off is that you all learned that Mr. Harrington went to Grenada from viewing surveillance footage from a Renaissance bank. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
And is that how you also first learned about the box truck?
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, looking at this slide that you created, I see various locations. Let's start with the GW Steel location. Did you view any footage showing Mr. Harrington in the box truck at GW Steel location?
We did view video of the box truck headed south on 7.
And for the phone dump, and if you, I don't know, you tell me, was there any phone ping tower location for Mr. Harrington's phone in that same area?
Not other than an Apple Maps trip.
When you say an Apple Maps trip, what do you mean?
I mean that when you pull up the map on your Apple phone and you're looking for directions to a certain place, you can put in your directions or put in a place that you're wanting to go, either an address or the name of that place, and it sends you from your location to that place. It gives you directions to that place. And so previously, before Mr. Harrington had left Oxford, he had put a trip from Oxford to Lincoln Road in his phone.
So you, from the cell phone dump of Mr. Harrington's phone, you were able to see a trip that he had made or created in Apple Maps from Oxford to Grenada.
That's correct.
Okay. And did that path pass GW Steel building?
Yes.
And you viewed video showing the box truck passing GW Steel building?
Yes, we have.
So I believe the next time is the 9:30 at R&S Cleaners.
Yes.
Were you able to view video footage of Mr. Harrington at R&S Cleaners?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before I go further, what is Mr. Harrington's connection to Grenada?
He grew up in Grenada. He's got family there. His parents live in Grenada and so forth.
So we're going to continue going throughout his movements, or at least the movements that you were able to track here. At 9:30 a.m., it says McDonald's and Burger King, Harrington passed. Were you able to view footage from McDonald's and Burger King of the box truck passing McDonald's and Burger King?
Yes, we did.
Not really objective to the extent we had never been provided any work for McDonald's. We're both at exactly the same time, about 2 miles apart. Somebody passed at 9:30 on both of them. First I heard about Burger King.
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, this is in the police reports. If I know that they had various motions to tell, if they were missing this footage, then they should have stated that. It's not new information, Your Honor.
I'm just saying, is there footage of that? They take the video or just look at the video?
My understanding is that they took a video or a screenshot, something like that.
I'm gonna levy something for cross-examination. You can move on.
I see at 9:38, you have that Harrington headed west on Wade Incorporated. Were you able to view footage from that?
Yes, we did.
And it showed the box truck passing that.
Correct.
And then we get over to 9:40 to 10:17. You have Lincoln Road. And I see that you have a latitude and longitude location. Is this the location of from Mr. Harrington's phone? Is that where that information was pulled from?
Yes.
And is that the cell phone tower ping location of Mr. Harrington's phone?
Yes.
From 9:40 to 10:17 a.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
And were you able to determine in your investigation if Mr. Harrington has any connections to Lincoln Road?
Yes, we did. Mr. Harrington has an aunt that lives on Lincoln Road, also has another uncle and aunt that lives on Lincoln Road as well.
And kind of describe the area over there. Did you go over to the area behind Lincoln Road or over by Lincoln Road?
Yes, I've viewed the area, yes. There's, it's one way in, one way out. It's a dead end road, kind of like a neighborhood around the road. But the north part of that neighborhood, it dead ends into a big wooded area there. And the Yalobusha River runs through that wooded area and so forth.
So the next slide I'm going to go to, and this time I would be moving to enter into evidence the RS Cleaners video, if it hasn't already been. I know it was marked for. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know that was it marked for ID or entered in and she testified. I believe it was number.
No objection, other than I previously stated objection.
Yes.
S-45 RNS Cleaners video was admitted into evidence.
Okay.
After the meeting. That's all right.
Yes, they both admitted. I was just going to go to this.
Before we start on that video, let's level him a lunch break anyway. All right, y'all be queuing that up for after lunch. The lunch is here, and we're going to take a lunch break until 1 o'clock.
Just an ordinary day.
Child, yes, Cindy. It sounds like he went into a wooded area. And Jason, I do think that he is guilty. But I just don't think that they've provided enough yet for a capital murder charge to stick. Okay. Now they arguing, saying that they had the footage. Who got the footage? Y'all need me to run it back. Did we break for lunch? I think we might have broken for lunch too. Maybe I'm in the middle of two things. I'm in the middle of two things. Do I need to run it back one more time for the people? Let's run it back. We're gonna run that old we're gonna run that last little question back for the people.
I don't know that was it marked for ID or entered in when she testified? I believe it was number. Yes. Of the box truck passing McDonald's and Burger King.
Yes, we did.
Your Honor. Your Honor, this is in the police reports. If I know that they had various motions to tell, if they were missing this footage, then they should have stated that. It's not new information, Your Honor.
Is there footage of that? They take the video or just look at the video?
My understanding is that they took a video or a screenshot, something like that.
I'm gonna let me some cross-examination. You can move on.
I see at 9:38, you have that Harrington headed west on Wade Incorporated. Were you able to view footage from that?
Yes, we did.
And it showed the box truck passing that.
Correct.
And then we get over to 9:40 to 10:17. You have Lincoln Road. And I see that you have a latitude and longitude location. Is this the location of from Mr. Harrington's phone? Is that where that information was pulled from?
Yes.
And is that the cell phone tower ping location of Mr. Harrington's phone?
Yes.
From 9:40 to 10:17 a.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
And were you able to determine in your investigation if Mr. Harrington has any connections to Lincoln Road?
Yes, we did. Mr. Harrington has an aunt that lives on Lincoln Road, also has another uncle and aunt that lives on Lincoln Road as well.
And kind of describe the area over there. Did you go over to the area behind Lincoln Road or over by Lincoln Road?
Yes, I've viewed the area, yes. There's, it's one way in, one way out. It's a dead end road, kind of like a neighborhood around the road. But the north part of that neighborhood, it dead ends into a big wooded area there. And Yellowbusher River runs through that wooded area and so forth.
So the next slide I'm going to go to, and this time I would be moving to enter into evidence the RS Cleaners video, if it hasn't already been. I know it was marked for. Yes. I don't know that was it marked for ID or entered in when she testified? I believe it was number. Yes.
S45 RNS Cleaners video was admitted into evidence.
Okay.
After the meeting. That's all right.
Yes, they voted.
Before we start on that video, let's let them give a lunch break anyway. All right, I'm gonna be queuing that up for after lunch. The lunch is here, and we're gonna take a lunch break until 1 o'clock. The remainder though, since you're on stand, up discuss your testimony.
All right, y'all. So A lot we just saw a lot happen. So I know we got some newbies in here. And so everybody is asking that I do a recap real quick on what's going on. I will definitely do a recap. And then y'all, we got to get into Yak's motion. All right, because Kayla Bumpus has filed a motion for an emergency bond, and we are going to get into that. So come one, come all, come many. Come one, come all, come many. All right. So first up, for our newbies, I'm going to go through and hit the facts of this case. And then I think, like I said in a second here, we should have probably a few other people, and we'll go through Yak's motion that was just filed on his behalf. We're also going to talk a little bit about his timeline of events because it's giving crazy to me. All right. All right. So this story, the Ole Miss trial is really about a gentleman or a young man named Jay Lee, who was a graduate student at Ole Miss University, which is just, I guess, with Ole Miss University. I can't even get my thoughts together. Woo. All right. He was there. He was a member of the LGBT community. He identified as a male. But our boy did love to dress on the more feminine tip. Okay. He's alleged to have had some type of situationship with the defendant, Jay Lee. His name, I'm sorry, not Jay Lee. His name is Timmy. His real name is actually Sheldon Timothy Harrington Jr., but they've all referred to him as Tim or Timmy or Little Tim or whatever. But they're alleged to have a relationship. On the day of July 8th of 2022, which is also Jay Lee's mother's birthday, Jay Lee went missing. He is said to be an individual who has a very strong relationship with his family, speaks to them multiple times a day. He had a dog in which he loved very dearly, and he was a student who participated in an externship because he had a social work background. So he actually had a job that he was working over the summer. All right. On the morning of the morning of July 8th, Jay Lee texted his mother happy birthday. But he had a history of calling and singing to her. That same morning, he is seen leaving out of his apartment a couple of times and then never returning. He gets in his car, and what we later find out is that he has communications with the defendant going over to his house. One thing that we also find out is when Jay Lee leaves the second time, he is actually on the phone with his friend Khalid, who, actually testifies and comes in as one of the last people to have had communications with Jay Lee prior to his disappearance. All digital footprints in at the defendant's house. We then have heard text messages about that are sexual in nature between the two. And it really gives that there was some type of sexual exchange that was going on. Jay Lee left and then he came back. All right. Some type of disagreement occurred in which he left and then again he came back. All right. From that point on, we then hear about how the defendant does searches in his phone. One, trying to figure out how long does it take to strangle someone. We then see him go to Walmart. And another note is that the defendant actually owns a moving company. So he has a box truck. All right. We then see that box truck ride through town. And if you are just now catching in or getting in here with us, you are listening to the detectives and the state go through the series of events. All right. When the defendant goes to Walmart, the defendant is there looking at trash cans, and he then purchases some duct tape. He goes to his parents' house. We've seen him on camera putting a wheelbarrow and a shovel in the box truck. And we now just found out that he drove that box truck over on Lincoln Road, which is a one-way street to a wooded area that has a river that runs through it. He has connections to that area because we just found out that his aunt lives there. So, what I think is interesting in this case, y'all, is that, again, there is no body and everything is circumstantial and they are building a case. All right. Yeah, the state has been brought, the text messages has been brought in. We've gone through them a couple times. And Columbus, we'll circle back around to that. And so it is being a little bit repetitive at the moment, but we'll see what the state is doing. I think they've done a great job of trying to align that. All right. So I did just invite my non-Ole Miss trial watchers in here because we are actually about to go through the we are actually about to go through the motion that was filed on behalf of Yak Gotti to get our boy Yak out of jail. All right, Thugger Daily posted it. All right, let me see. Where did it go? And so I'm about to go through that. We're about to go through it. All right, let me share for y'all. I know that there was a rumor stating that they had got bond. I can confirm that Yak Gotti does not have bond at this point. Yak does not have bond. I know that's a rumor. I know Doug responded to it, but Yak does not have. Don't want to cut my camera on? Let me see. No, I won't cut my camera on. Yak does not have bond. I look bad today. I'm going to share my screen though. Or actually, I could just come here and click share this tab instead. Okay. All right. So again, Yak does not. Can y'all see the screen? Again, Yak does not have bond. He does not have bond. But the motion was filed this morning, 11:36 a.m. That is Eastern Standard Time. All right. So this motion reads: Come now, defendant Diamante Kendrick, by and through his attorney, and moves the court to grant a reasonable bond. Instead, calls for the following reasons. 1, defendant was arrested June 20th of 2024 on the offenses of aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and riot in a penal institution. Basically, Yak got into a fight in the jail. All right. The defendant has limited previous criminal history. So we know he got a history, but it ain't long, is what she's saying. 3, the defendant is a Georgia resident and has substantial family ties. Like, he need to be able to get home to his mama and his brother. Okay. 4, defendant has no reason to contact the victim or the witnesses. Like, these people are in jail. Why would Yak need to contact anybody? All right. Next, she says 5, defendant was in custody for, she lists the indictment for the RICO, in which he was found not guilty on all counts. Facts. But for his arrest on said, oh, y'all can't see it? We live, y'all can't see it? I got a text saying y'all can't see it. Let me know. Let me know in the chat if y'all can see it. Let me stop the share and reshare it. Let me stop. Okay, can y'all see it now? All right, let's dig this. Let me stop the share again. I'm gonna just go to Thugger Daily Docs and pull it up. Maybe you don't want to share. Maybe you don't want to share Twitter. I don't know what happened. How about this? Let me know if y'all can see this. Can y'all see this? Okay, I'm seeing yes and no. Okay, y'all got it. We got it. Okay, we got action. All right, so I'll quickly run through this again, so you guys can see it again. He was arrested in June. So basically, Yak had a fight back in June where he was charged with aggravated assault, battery, and riot in a penal institution. He has a limited criminal history. She said he has, he's a Georgia resident and has substantial family ties, and he has no reason to contact any victims or witnesses. which honestly, I don't understand why you would need to contact any victims or witnesses when you have a jail fight. Like, who do you even really know those people? Like, come on now. All right. Number 5. So Yak was in custody for the RICO, in which he was found not guilty on all counts, but for his arrest on said case, defendant would not have been in custody. So she's basically saying if it wasn't for this RICO that he was in, he wouldn't even have these charges. He was found not guilty on every count that was in this indictment that put him in jail. And had he not been put on the indictment in the first place, we wouldn't even be here. All right. Defendant has been in continuous custody since May 9th of 2022, which we know is the day that they went into the house and got him from outside or on the back. All right. And during this time has been a victim of a stabbing and has had several threats made to harm him. Okay. Number 6, she says on December 1st, 2024, Mr. Kendrick was stabbed in the head at the Fulton County Jail. It is evident that Fulton County Sheriff's Office cannot keep Mr. Kendrick safe. Okay. Also, the conditions reported in the DOJ report issued on November the 14th, 2024, explicitly concluded the following. The Justice Department report concluded that Fulton County and the Fulton County Sheriff's Office allowed unsafe and unsanitary conditions at the jail. As a result, people incarcerated in the Fulton County Jail suffered harms from pest infestation and malnourishment and were put at substantial risk for serious harm from violence by other incarcerated people, including homicides, stabbings, and sexual abuse. The unconstitutional incarcerated people, including the unconstitutional and unlawful conditions at the Fulton County Jail have persisted for far too long. And we are committed to working with Fulton County and the Fulton County Sheriff's Office to remedy them. If granted a bond, defendant will allow all conditions deemed necessary by this honorable court. Defendant will appear at all future court dates, will not commit any criminal offenses while out on bond, and will not leave the jurisdiction of this court, will not be a danger to any witness, person, or property. Respectfully submitted on this 9th day of December. Child, the DOJ already told these people, y'all already holding these people in here in conditions that are unfit for a roach. Okay, the conditions are unfit for a mouse itself. Therefore, y'all need to let him go. And the fact that he wouldn't even have these charges if y'all had brought him up on this crazy indictment that he didn't belong on in the first place, we wouldn't even be here today. We would not be here today. So let it be known that y'all need to let him go. And here's our thing too. Now, if this stuff happened back in June, why is it now December when y'all why is it now December? And here we are. Like, this should have been taken care of beforehand. Now, I get that the justice system is backed up down there and it's taking them a long time to do anything. But for this to have happened in June, and here we are in December, it's been 6 months. Y'all haven't had one hearing on this? Y'all mean to tell me that y'all haven't had any legal proceedings on this? That's suspicious to me, because right now it looked like y'all trying to get him on something because y'all couldn't get him on what y'all wanted to get him on. Y'all couldn't get him on that RICO. Y'all couldn't get him for them charges. But it definitely seemed like y'all trying to get him for this. And knowing that y'all conditions down there in that jail ain't safe, why would y'all want to hold him longer than necessary? Okay, these are jail charges. This ain't like he did this to somebody outside. That man probably was in there defending himself, protecting, trying to keep himself alive. Clearly, y'all didn't try to stab him in the head. Stabbed in the head, y'all. He in there trying to protect himself. He trying to protect himself. So why? We need time served on this. We need for a judge to see this and make a determination immediately. He in there fighting for his life. Under no means, under no circumstances, I can't think of one valid reason why they should be holding him, other than retaliation, other than somebody hurt feelings. He got 5 staples in his head. Everybody drop free yak in the comments, y'all. Free yak, because at this point, we can tell that this is an attempt by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office to get payback for those non-guilty charges. Doug did not file this. This was filed by Kayla Bumpus. Everybody type free yak. I think that this is another, like you, yes, Didi, another power trip from Fonnie's office in an attempt to get somebody for something. That's what this is about. This ain't about just, these are jail charges. These aren't charges that this man acquired out on the street. These are things that this man has had to do in order to survive. In the Fulton County Jail, where we know the conditions are bad, where we know they out there standing in nut juice, where we know that they can't feed them, where we know that they got bed bugs and lice infestation. Free yak. This is give back. This is retaliation. And if we don't make no noise, if we don't make no noise, they're gonna feel like they can get away with it. This is retaliation. He don't know them people from a can of paint. So why would he contact a witness? Exactly. We need them to release the footage from the jail, because I don't trust nothing from a DA office. Preach. But you know, they leaking everything but what we need to see. They were so quick to leak Yak's interview or interrogation with the police officer when they gave him some wings. When our boy didn't say a word, they let DJ Academic run away with that. Show us the footage. Show us what really happened in the jail. Who was the aggressor? Because they put out a statement saying that they were trying to investigate and find out who the aggressor was, baby. Who was the aggressor? Let us see it. When Huey had his little issue going on in jail, they quickly released that. What are jail tapes at for Yak? They released that quick for Huey. Release it for Yak too. The press needs to be on site. They need to release it. They need to release it. They released that Huey video quickly, baby. The charges came, the video came the next day. Where is Yak at participating in a riot? Where is Yak at committing assault? Where is Yak at committing battery? Let us see it. Because at this point, we got to see it to believe it. Okay, the Lucci video. We need to see it. Show us the proof. Are these charges even real? Yes, everybody needs to be there asking questions. Everybody needs to be out there asking questions. Where is the video? He got stabbed right after they released his video. Yes. Y'all, Funny is going. I think Funny needs to worry about them feds. She needs to be letting Yak out, and she needs to be worried about them feds. She needs to be worried about the feds. So, Brittany, we just went through the motion that was filed by Kayla Bumpus on behalf of Yak Gotti for immediate bond. Yak me bond. Emergency motion for bond. All right. The same motion was filed for his contraband case too, which is before Judge Whitaker. So basically what's happening is that both of he's got 3 charges in there, and it sounds like his charges are in front of different judges. They're in front of different judges right now. He's got Danielle's putting it out here for us. So he's got a bond hearing scheduled with McBurney, and that's on the 17th. And then it also sounds like his contraband case is before Judge Whitaker. So right now, Yak got 2 judges on his cases. He got two different judges. Now, I don't know nothing about McBurney. Have y'all heard anything about McBurney? Because we know how Whitaker rolling. Yes, Kay. We know how Whitaker rolling. Whitaker's a time served girl. She's our time served girl. McBurney is good. McBurney is good. Is what JC is saying. McBurney is good. McBurney is good. He's got an aggravated assault and an aggravated battery. It's an aggravated assault and an aggravated battery. All right. McBurney has a good reputation. He has been the judge for some of the YSL proceedings. Yes. Can they combine to go before just one judge, Mama T? They absolutely can. That is something that the lawyer would have to do to get the case moved in front of one judge. So yeah. They say McBurney is very fair, is what Breezy F Baby is saying. Fonnie has told us residents what she's doing. He fought to have bond due to families in the outside dealing with the fact families can't be released. McBurney don't play that bias stuff. Yak was trying to protect himself, and they just stirring up mess because they thought he unalive nut. Yes. At this point, they need the free Miles. They need the free Yak and SB, and they need to drop that M charge on Miles, and they need to drop his RICO. They need to let Miles go. McBurney laughed at the state for introducing social media posts with the snake for the YSL remaining defendants. Ooh, okay. Miles is in custody. Miles should not be in custody. He had bond unless something changed. What's going on, Kay? The evidence simply wasn't there. It wasn't. And they need to let him go. They need to let him go. I feel bad for Miles too, y'all. They need to let him go. They need to let him go. Sorry, y'all. All right, let's see. Yes, he is really innocent. He is really innocent. Miles should be let out ASAP. It's just crazy that they wasted all the people's tax funds just for them to find the boys not guilty. Off subject, but Fanny Crew, part of the CEO in, I don't know anything about that, Kay. Thank God he is really innocent. Yeah. Roscoe still in custody due to a warrant down in Florida. They holding these guys hostage. I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. If they're waiting on another state to pick up and don't have a limited time to do so. Did you watch the Young Boys YSL trial? He was the judge for that trial. Ooh. So I wonder. It makes you think though. The entire situation makes you think. It makes you question every single thing that we've been watching, because I can't understand why this hasn't been resolved. Generally, when you catch charges while you are in jail, like it kind of moves pretty quickly. Like, I don't think that is something that kind of lingers out there. So the fact that Yak and Shannon, both of their jail charges were held on to and not moved, and not, moved accordingly while they were in jail is crazy to me. They are definitely playing games. All right, y'all. So I do actually got to go eat some lunch because I'm starving. I did want to share that with y'all because got to get out this jam. We need them to let Yak go. We need them to let Yak go. It's low down and it's dirty. So I am going to go grab some lunch from upstairs because I'm not buying nothing today. I gotta eat what's in the house, unfortunately. We should be back in about 30 minutes for our Ole Miss trial. I gotta write all this stuff down so I can have organized thoughts every time somebody asks me for a recap, because I'm trying to spit it off the top of my dome, y'all, and I mess up every time. I am a note person. Like, I can remember the details, but baby, getting me to regurgitate it off the top of the dome sometimes is crazy, which is going to be interesting when I become an attorney, because girl, you're going to have to spit them facts out and argue them points. Okay, well, I'm getting ready to go have some lunch, y'all. We're going to take a quick lunch break. If you are watching the Ole Miss trial with me, come on back here later, and I'll see y'all in a little bit. All right, y'all, I'm back. I'm just eating. So y'all sitting in here chilling with me. Baby, Timmy had the defense seemed like they was shocked that Timmy went over there and went past that McDonald's and that Burger King. Because it started giving grasping for straws. There we go. Okay, y'all. So I just have to write down my synopsis in case somebody else asks what happened. So what I got is just Jay Lee was a Mississippi grad student who went missing. He was declared dead at the request of his parents. The state alleges that he was on a down low relationship with the defendant. He went to his house and was never seen again. Some facts that have been presented is that Jay Lee's car was moved by the defendant. The defendant got a shovel and a wheelbarrow from his parents' house, and that the defendant has lied to the police. That pretty much sums it up, right? Anybody in the chat? My folks probably stepped away. I think that sums it up. Y'all have to write stuff out because, baby, if I don't write it down, it does not be real. Like, it's not a real thing if I ain't put it on some paper. I have to. That's the best way for me to organize. To organize my thoughts. Okay. They need to let them boys go home. Absolutely, Raquel. We went through the thing. What was it? The motion for emergency bond. Pretty much that isn't anything though. Do you think he did it? I do think he did it. I think he did something to him, and he definitely tried to hide it. What he did, I don't know. I don't believe that the state has presented enough to prove capital murder, but I definitely think that they've proved enough that he has one. What's the charge, Bob? I'm about to say the charge wrong, Alex. Hold on. It's not accessory after the fact. It's what's the other charge, y'all? That's not accessory after the fact. It is I want to say it's like the tampering. He's at least I think he did something. I think that everything does point back to him. The way he moved, the day of the incident is crazy. I think at minimum, I do believe that they have proven. I'm trying to get that charge. It's at the tip of my tongue. I cannot get it out. There it is, y'all. Obstruction of justice. Obstruction of justice. I think that they've at least proven that I think he's obstructed with justice for sure. And he's lied to the police. Did they charge him with premeditated murder? They charged him with capital murder, which I think they haven't proved, because when you have a capital murder charge, it says that you basically have a felony while committing a felony. And the felony that they're saying that was committed was kidnapping. But I don't think that they've proven kidnap. Like, we know Jay Lee went there and he never left, but we don't know what happened. Ain't nobody. You know what I'm saying? So I think they're gonna have a hard time getting a capital by the letter of the law. I don't think they're gonna get a capital murder, but I do think and I think he's going to argue that too. His attorney wants to argue because he's making no sense on nothing. He's cross-examined. He's not even making full sentences most of the time. Here's the thing too, Talisa. He's getting ready to put on a case. So when the state rests, the defense is going to be the defense's case in chief, and I think he's put it on a case. So and a lot of the witnesses, some of the witnesses they are letting go, and some of them he's telling them like you're still under a subpoena. So I think that we will see his story come together on when he takes over. I think the little bits and all the confusion that he's putting out, because it's confusion as hell to us. All the confusion that he's causing is going to clean up once the case becomes his in chief.
Feeling stuck? Hey, you mean
that's what I strongly believe. I think the state is going to rest this week too, Cindy. Yes, y'all. The CEO, the shooter was found in McDonald's and arrested with a fake ID. The duct tape also, Jay Lee knew he was going to do something to him. There was a level of apprehensiveness, but he went. So that's why I think, like, when it comes to the kidnapping charge, like, he willingly went over there. Like, he didn't go get him. So they would have to prove that while being there, he prevented Jay Lee from leaving. And I don't think that they presented any evidence that he like prevented him from leaving or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? So the search does give premeditation though. The search gives premeditation all day long. And I saw Columbus in the chat giving us some details on the case that he referred to. So not only when he performed a search in his phone, the search that he did was for where did Columbus go? The Fat Polito case is somewhat similar to this one in the sense that Gabby's boyfriend strangled her, then went on vacation together and got into an argument. The boyfriend, however, killed himself. Okay. Gabby Polito was the case that he searched. How long does it take to kill somebody? Gabby Polito, which was crazy. Let me add that to my recap, to my facts. Searches. He also, y'all do know, he also searched the neighborhood where he dropped the car off. You know, something happened. I don't know. In y'all know he went to Walmart. He had duct tape. But I don't know if like one of our theories is, because we got a lot of theories over here in this chat. One of our theories is it was a sex act gone bad and he just tried to cover up his tracks. But that search, baby, that search gave premeditation. I can't get past it. I bet they have the McDonald's video. Oh, they most definitely got that video. They most definitely got that video. Lacey, McDonald's is not the place to be. It is not. When I'm dealing with someone who is a crash out, even though I know I shouldn't be, I always tell my friends, if anything happens to me, he did it. And I never erase text messages. I understand all that, but most of the state evidence is concrete text, video, don't lie. I think that there, I mean, I think that they are presenting, their evidence does present facts, but it's circumstantial because it doesn't necessarily prove that he did anything. Him saying you might beat my ass doesn't mean that he actually did something prior to, or that he did something when he came back. So I think I can't say that it's concrete because it's circumstantial, but I think it's strong, Talisa, no lie. I think it's strong. And the videos, everything else is strong, but an alternate explanation could be given. Yes, and strangulation to me does not say sex. It say unalive, kill. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think he guilty, to Lisa, for sure. He most definitely did something to Jay Lee, and he need to tell them people where that body at. Absolutely. I just think they're gonna have the state has the burden of proof. Did he have a boyfriend? Did who have a boyfriend? Because the defendant was on the down low, so we don't think he had a boyfriend. And Jay Lee seemed to be having the time of his life. Jay Lee was living life, so I don't think he had a boyfriend either. Exactly, Fancy. Exactly. All of these facts alone wouldn't be anything, but all together, it paints a picture. It definitely paints a picture. But y'all have to remember, circumstantial evidence does, but everything has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. You know what I'm saying? It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. I think they're doing a good job, but we got to see what the defense put on to see if he creates enough doubt. But if I was on the jury right now, he guilty. He guilty. Yes, Ray. How he moved that body? How was the body moved? We need answers. We need answers. Y'all know Lacey ain't gonna let us forget that the judge suppressed the cadaver dog hitting on Tim's apartment. Taylor, you can't think that way. You got to wait for all the evidence. That's what they say. That's what they say, baby. But right now, I'm just a lay person doing lay things. I still try to be objective, though. I still try to see it from all parts, all angles. But baby, right now, with the way the state putting on this case, baby, the state is telling me, it's got me leaning towards guilty right now. It's that one neighbor that see everything. That's a valid point. See, I'm beyond a reasonable doubt right now. Lacey been beyond a reasonable doubt since the case started. Most definitely, he has done something to him. He did something to him. I don't know. I can't tell you what he did, but he did something to him. Jay Lee definitely intuitively sensed that Tim wanted to do harm to him. In fact, he stated it twice in the text and even gave Tim a warning. He did. He did. If his lawyer says no way you getting out and he gets life without parole, we need a confession, hell, a book. I'm still stuck on him looking at trash cans. It was the whole unlocking of a new level, because I did not know that he drove up to the woods. Like, I didn't know that he drove up to the woods. He didn't drove up to the woods with a river. And remember, y'all, there's another search that he performed about an Ole Miss student body being found in the lake or something. And now we find out that you done drove up the Lincoln Road where it's a wooded area and a lake. I mean, and a river. Exactly. Not being able to say goodbye is crazy. That is crazy.
Take up before the jury comes back. I'm gonna assume not. Come on around, Officer Baker. All right, go ahead, and if everybody's ready, show the jury in.
Cindy, it was unreliable though, because it was saying the doors was open when the doors wasn't.
Ghirardelli chocolate chips makes cookies a bite better.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story with a professional website that reflects who you are and what.
Break for lunch. And if you were looking at the slide in front of you, I think we just got into the part where Mr. Harrington has made it into Grenada. Are you aware of what time Mr. Harrington left Oxford, Mississippi to go into Grenada?
It would have been between 8:10, 8:30, somewhere in that range.
All right. And I believe you had previously testified that he made an Apple Maps trip going through, passing GW Steel, and that the first place that was stopped at, and that was around 9:14, was RS Cleaners at 9:30. Were you able to view surveillance footage from that stop?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, I would play State's Exhibit, I believe it's State's Exhibit, the RNS Cleaners video.
Just the cleaners exhibit?
Yes.
All right, that's 45, I think.
I believe it would be State's Exhibit 46. Yes, it's right here. So, Detective Baker, is this RNS Cleaners?
Yes, it is.
Have you previously reviewed this footage?
Yes, I have.
So you were able to confirm that Mr. Harrington did stop at R&S Cleaners?
Yes, I was.
Are we waiting to see? And I'll just wait. So if you tell me when he comes in.
Okay.
You say 45 or 46?
It says S45.
Okay, that's what I had.
All right, that's Mr. Harrington entering the cleaners.
All right. Let me go back to the previous slide. I believe the next place that, for the timeline after R&S Cleaners, is he travels up past Burger King. I believe at before the break, we were talking about footage. Did you review footage from Burger King?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, our objection hasn't been provided in discovery at this point in time, and also some objection on the 90211.
Y'all come here and let me see what we arguing about.
I'm handing the witness what has been marked for identification as States Exhibit 97. Detective Baker, did you have an opportunity to view the surveillance on that jump drive?
Yes.
Did it accurately depict what you saw of Timothy Harrington's truck driving by the Burger King in Grenada?
Yes.
I believe, back to our slideshow, the next place was the Wade Incorporated at 938. Now, are we following Mr. Harrington's box truck through Grenada?
Yes, that's correct.
Same procedure on this one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Detective Baker, I'm handing you what has been marked for identification as States Exhibit 98. Does that contain the footage that you reviewed from Wade Incorporated in Grenada?
Yes,
And you were able to see Timothy Harrington's box truck drive past that as well?
that's correct.
Now, I believe the next location that we referred to was the Lincoln Road location. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able to view surveillance showing Mr. Harrington's truck driving on Lincoln Road as well?
Yes.
what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 99. Detective Baker, does that contain the video surveillance from Lincoln Road that showed Timothy Harrington's box truck driving?
Yes.
And I believe previously, you pulled this latitude and longitude here from the data dump of Timothy Harrington's phone. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
And then did you then plot that latitude and longitude on a map
Yes.
to figure out where the location was?
Yes.
And you can say the general location of the phone ping is on Lincoln Road.
That's correct.
And was that consistent with the footage that you reviewed as well?
Yes, it was.
Following, I believe we left off at Lincoln Road. When we last left before lunch, you stated that the phone ping data did not leave Lincoln Road until I believe it was turn off the thing. Until it was, I believe you stated, or 10:17, from 9:40 to 10:17. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. At 10:17, what direction did Mr. Harrington drive in?
So he headed south on Lincoln. Once he got to Highway 8 or Sunset Drive there, he goes east on Sunset Drive.
And is that back towards Wade Incorporated surveillance which you just referred to?
Yes.
And then, if I'm looking correctly, does he drive then past Burger King at 10:24?
That's correct.
And did you have an opportunity? Oh, and that was the surveillance you referred to?
Yes,
Different.
yes.
Okay. So then I believe the next location is at 10:29 at Emmanuel Baptist Church. Would that be correct?
That would be correct.
So, did you have an opportunity to review surveillance from Emmanuel Baptist Church showing Mr. Harrington's box truck passing by there?
I did.
Judge Baker, I'm handing you what's now been marked as State's Exhibit 100. When you reviewed that, did it show Timothy Harrington's box truck passing Emmanuel Baptist Church?
Yes, it did.
Okay. After that, I believe the next location was at 10:30, passing First Baptist Church. And did you have an opportunity to review surveillance from First Baptist Church?
I did.
And did it show Mr. Harrington's box truck passing First Baptist Church?
It did.
Are you aware, per the phone data information, what the ultimate end location of this trip was supposed to be?
Mr. Harrington's parents' residence.
And that's in Grenada on Broadmeadow.
That's correct.
Okay. Detective Baker, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 101. Does that contain the footage reviewed of Mr. Harrington's box truck passing First Baptist on his way to his parents' home?
Yes, it does.
And that would be in Grenada, Mississippi.
That's correct.
And I believe now,
Does the box truck pass where?
First Baptist Church in Grenada, Mississippi.
There's still time to gift Whoop. Get 10% off when you shop now.
No one wants your business to succeed more than you do. But at Patriot Software, we come close because
What are we looking at here?
It's a video from the neighbors across the street from Mr. Harrington's parents.
Would that be Mr. Christopher Klink?
It would be.
And what time did Mr. Harrington arrive? I believe his beginning location was out in Lincoln Road, over to here. What time did he arrive at his parents' home?
At 10:34 a.m.
And are we going to see him arrive in this video?
You'll see the box truck arrive in this video, yes.
You just tell me when you see the box truck pull up, all right?
Is it moving?
Yes, Your Honor, you can see in the
I can't
top.
see it on my
Oh, I
screen.
think it
Got
stopped
something-
again. It was.
My screen got something blocking the timer.
Yeah, you can see up at the top that the time is moving. I believe it's loading at the same time, Your Honor, so it sometimes falls behind. Over and over again. It loads up here, so you can see that the box truck is pulled up there.
Is that the heat that's running?
Brief indulgence, Your Honor. I'm not sure why. See, it stops, but then it goes. See, it's even doing it now. It stops and then it goes. All right, we're having a few technical difficulties. Just give me a second. We worked through it last night.
Has this video been introduced as a standalone exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor, it has been already admitted as a standalone exhibit. So while Mr. Creekmore is looking for that, we will go on to the next and we will pull that up. Once we find it, we'll pull that up. So as not to waste too much time. Detective Baker, if you could look at the slide in front of you while we're waiting to pull the original footage from when Mr. Harrington pulls up. Tell us what we're looking at here.
This is from the same camera that we last discussed, and it's 10:46 a.m. Mr. Harrington exits the box truck in a white shirt, black shorts, and a white and black shoes. He'll then stop in the driveway, brush his shoes off, and continue walking toward the house.
Was that significant to you when you first were doing this investigation?
Yes, it was. The shirt and stuff was kind of matching through the RS cleaners, which we had a close-up of his picture, so we knew that that was him. Also, wiping off his shoes and stuff appears that he had been somewhere where they had gotten dirty.
And at this time, I will publish the jury states exhibit 48, which is these videos without, hopefully without the technical difficulties.
48 has been previously admitted into evidence.
I don't think it's popping up. That's the original. Go copy this one out. We'll just have to come back to those because I'm gonna go on with the. Oh, it wasn't in all the way. To pull up the first video showing Tim Harrington's arrival, his parents' house. Is that this one? Okay, Detective Baker, now we've gotten over some of those technical difficulties. What are we about to see?
You're about to see Tim Harrington in the box truck drive up to his parents' residence.
And is that in the top left corner?
Yes, it is.
And I believe Tim Harrington, what does he do next?
He, excuse me, he sits in the truck for a few minutes, and then he will eventually exit the vehicle and walk into the driveway up toward the house.
Second video. Oh, you think so? That's the jumped ahead. When he gets out, like he's okay. Yes. I believe we're playing State's Exhibit 70, I believe it was 71, 41, 48, State's Exhibit 48. Is this what you were referring to, Mr. Harrington getting out of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And you said he was wiping off, he appeared to be wiping off his shoes.
That's correct.
Okay. As we continue on, what is the next thing that we will see?
Next thing we'll see is Mr. Harrington coming back out to the box truck from the house.
And what did you determine from watching this video that he was carrying?
A shovel.
And around what time was that?
That's going to be at about 10:53.
And what do we see him carry to the truck after that?
And then we'll see him roll a wheelbarrow out to the box truck.
We're trying to get that trim on. I think it's, no, it's on the trend lines. This next one. 1, 2, 3. Actually, that one probably put out here. Okay. I believe we'll be able to get that one since it's a short clip, hopefully on the slideshow. Where we were.
The best things never change. They just get better. Like Hardee's Original Bag, just 6.
Okay. Going to play this. Is that what you were just referring to?
Yes, it is.
Baker? Now, after, I believe he arrived, you can remind me again, he arrived back at the home at what time? 10:34?
Yes, that's correct.
So what are we viewing here?
This is showing the
What's happening? I'm trying to figure out what's happening.
ping location.
Of Timothy Harrington.
Is.
Baker. Now, after, I believe he arrived, you can remind me again, he arrived back at the home at what time? 10:34?
Yes, that's correct.
So what are we viewing here?
This is showing the ping location.
Now,
from what time to what time?
From 10:38 a.m. to 3:23 p.m.
All right. And as you can see, there's surveillance outside of the house. Able to see if Mr. Harrington remained at the home from 10:38 a.m. to 3:23 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. So I believe we are in our next sort of route. At 3:23 p.m., where does, per viewage of surveillance, Mr. Harrington, or the phone dump, you can explain where it came from, where does he go when he leaves at 3:23 p.m.?
All right, so 3:23, he leaves his parents' house and he goes back, what I'd say back up toward town, toward Grenada, toward the town area. And we see him at 3:25 p.m. passing First Baptist Church, 3:31 passing Dollar General, and then at 3:38 he's headed east on Highway 8 passing the Walgreens, and then at 3:40 he passes Lakeway Sporting Goods, still headed east. 10 minutes later, at 3:50, he's headed back west, passing Lakeway Sporting Goods.
If you could hold right there for a second. You viewed surveillance of the box truck going and passing these locations?
Yes.
Per Timothy Harrington's phone data, was there a Apple trips made to a certain location at this time?
There, let me refer to my notes for just a second, please.
Okay.
I don't recall, right off the top of my head, looking at my notes, I don't recall if there was an Apple trip made at this time or not. I'm not for sure.
But Mr. Harrington he's from Grenada, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and so he drove out east and then back west 10 minutes later, correct?
that's correct.
And then where do we go next?
Then he goes past Walgreens, 3:58, and then turns north on, I guess it's Commerce Street, 51, and passes Family Dollar at 4:01. We don't get him a location from him or see him on camera or anything like that until.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I couldn't really understand.
Yes, so we don't get him on camera or anything like that after that until a little later on. But we did have a phone location.
Phone ping location for this location, the barbershop?
Yes,
Okay. And you said it was the general, of course, area of the phone ping in that location. Is that latitude and longitude?
yes,
And did you plot that yourself?
yes,
And were you able to corroborate that in any other way?
yes. So he had made a note earlier in the day on his phone to get a haircut, and he also had cashed out an individual that afternoon that was associated with the barbershop.
Okay. So after 4:41, I believe you said at 4:01, you view surveillance from the Family Dollar, but until 4:41, you don't see him on camera again. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said that the phone ping location data, or location from the phone, logged it in the area of the barbershop. Does the phone log, from your review of the records, all locations or just significant locations? How does it do it? Or what does it do?
Generally just significant locations, or when an app or something like that creates a significant location. If a trip was made, or like in a Maps app type thing, or if there's someone that somewhere he's visited a good bit, there's kind of different parameters of why we consider it a significant location.
Okay, so now we're into July 8 at 4:41 p.m. Going to our next slide. Where should we be looking? What's the next significant time?
We'll be at the top there at Regions Bank.
Okay. And at Regions Bank, were you able to catch him on surveillance footage there?
Yes,
And what direction was he headed in?
it was headed west.
Would that be towards Wade Incorporated?
Yes, it would.
And I believe we had previously introduced the Wade Incorporated for ID, the Wade Incorporated video. So he then drives back out west towards Wade Incorporated?
That's correct.
And why is there a jump in time? You have 621 and 634. What's happening there?
He headed west out Highway 7 there. Of course, we don't have him on camera, but the next time we have him on camera is at 634, headed back east past Wade Incorporated.
And then after, do you know, are you aware of what's out there by Wade Incorporated?
Lincoln Road, where he was earlier, his grandfather's property. As far as being out further west, not very familiar with the area.
So that's still in the area of like Lincoln Road, where I believe you said there was neighborhoods and some woods and access to the Yalobusha River?
Yes, that would have been north, yes.
So what's the next significant location or that he was able to be caught on footage?
All right, from there we go to Burger King, headed east, still headed east. We go to Circle K, in the area of Circle K at 6:53 p.m.
And I want to point to that latitude and longitude. Did you pull that data from the phone dump?
Yes, I did.
And did you plot that data, that latitude and longitude to that location?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to corroborate that Mr. Harrington visited a Circle K through a receipt or anything else of that nature?
Yes, we were able to find a receipt. Or in his financial records, we saw that there was a purchase made there at Circle K.
The next significant location is where?
It'd be Renaissance Bank, where we saw it on the ATM, as we referenced earlier.
I believe you said, just so I'm clear, you saw him at the ATM?
Yes.
Is that when earlier before lunch you testified that you all had gotten his phone or his, I apologize, financial records and there was an ATM transaction?
That's correct.
And you were able to pull the ATM video to confirm he was at Renaissance Bank at 6:57 p.m.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And where do we go next?
So from there, he's going back to his parents' residence. Got him on First Baptist Church, 7:12, and then arriving at his parents about 7:16.
Okay. So I want to show at this time, Your Honor, State's Exhibit. It's the Renaissance Bank video 44, which I believe has already been admitted into evidence.
It's been admitted, you can show it.
Is this the video you stated that y'all watched when you were doing the investigation and actually let you know that he was in Grenada in a box truck?
Yes, it is.
I'll play that. Now, as we're watching that, earlier in the day, we saw Mr. Harrington. He's now come into town, gone home. He was wearing, what kind of shoes was he wearing earlier in the day?
It was white and black shoes. They appeared to be some kind of tennis shoe, basketball shoe type styles, what it looked like to me.
And in this video, now at 6:55 p.m., what shoes does he appear to have changed?
Yes, he appears to be wearing rubber boots or some kind of boot.
And I believe since the wheelbarrow and shovels were put into the car at his parents' house around the 10 o'clock hour of July 8th, has he been to drop them back off yet?
No, he has not.
Now, I believe before we watched that Renaissance Bank video, we know that he made it back to his parents' home at the 7:18 be the time of that?
Yes, it would be about that time, yes.
Okay, you're showing here in your slide that the ping data for the phone is located at the home from 7:18 to 9:28. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that would be his parents' home?
His parents' home.
Okay, so were you able to confirm if, just like before, Tim Harrington stayed at the home with his phone? Were you able to confirm at this time if he stayed at the home with his phone?
Not the whole time, no.
Okay. And what did you view that let you know that he left?
The neighbor video camera.
As the opposing counsel has been fond of saying, the phone is the location of the phone, correct?
Yes.
So at 7:41, where was his phone located?
At his parents' residence.
I apologize. In what area was his phone data pinging?
In the area of his parents' house.
And I believe it just went by as we were watching. Somehow. We're going to watch. What are we going to see here?
Mr. Harrington walks out to the box truck and then pulls away from the driveway.
Do we see him unload the wheelbarrow and shovels at this time?
No.
So what is the significance of this slide?
So this is just a Google Earth map image referencing the neighborhood that Tim's parents live in. But then as I've kind of been discussing here about the cameras and so forth, each time he went back north up toward town, and we were able to catch him on a camera somewhere very relatively close to those two ways that he would have went north. We'd have caught him on one or two cameras. However, when he left here, he was not captured on a camera at any location anywhere. And so the only place he could have went as he came out of his parents' house was, or the neighborhood, would have been south on Perry Road.
So the other footage we watched where we always see past one of the churches or something, there's only how many ways? 2 ways?
2 ways.
And that direction is back towards what?
What I would say back towards town, or back toward the main town center where all the shopping centers, the places of businesses are and so forth.
And at 7, and have you been out to this neighborhood?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you were able to see that for yourself?
Yes.
Okay, and 7:41, when he pulls off, did you capture him on either of the other 2 cameras where you did before?
No, we did not.
Okay. What time does he then return to his parents' home?
8:35 p.m.
And is that what we're watching here?
Yes.
So after Mr. Harrington returns to his parents' home, what do we see next?
All right, we see that he removes the wheelbarrow from the box truck at 8:40 p.m.
Oh, did I change it too early?
All right, he was walking back up the drive.
All right, so per the review of the data from Mr. Harrington's phone, what happens next?
Then he stays there at his parents' house for just a little while, and then he creates another Apple Maps trip from his parents' house to the links in Oxford, Mississippi.
And at the 10:49 time, were you able to confirm via the phone data that you reviewed if Mr. Harrington's phone ping data was in the general area of Lafayette Place Apartments?
Yes.
Now, we're still in the July 8th day. What else did you learn from Mr. Harrington's phone data?
So July the 8th, that night from 11:27 to 11:28, during that time frame, Mr. Harrington has looked up Mr. Lee's Twitter account again, looking at his account, replies, media, that type thing.
And Detective Baker, at this time in the investigation, had Jay Lee been reported missing by his mother?
Yes, by this time, yes.
Has anything been reported in regards to the community yet?
No, not yet.
So we're moving into July 10th. On July 10th, tell me what we're looking at on the left.
So on the left is UPD Express release that was released on Facebook on July the 10th at 2:40 p.m.
And the press release was in relation to what?
It was in relation to Jay Lee being missing. Had a picture of Jay Lee and also had a picture of his vehicle, asking if anyone had any information to contact the police.
So it was asking if anyone had seen Jay Lee or his car. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So had the car been located at Molly Bar Trail's apartment as of July 10th at 2:40 p.m.?
No, it had not.
So if look us to the right, this picture here, what is that from?
This is from phone extraction, and it's a Google search for Molly Bar Apartments.
And that would be the phone extraction of Timothy Harrington's phone?
Yes, it is.
And when was that search conducted per your review of the phone extraction?
At 3:10 p.m. on July the 10th.
And that's of Molly Bar Trail's apartments?
Yes, it's Molly Bar Apartments, Oxford, Mississippi is what he searched.
And in your review of, I believe you all got a portion of Mr. Harrington's Google search history. Had you ever seen him search Molly Bar Apartments before?
No, I did not.
And had the car been reported to have been found at Molly Bar yet?
No, it has not been reported to be found yet.
So we are now still in July 10th. On the left, what are we looking at?
Looking at a Google search, Ole Miss student found in Lake at 4:36 p.m.
And on the right, what are we looking at?
At people.com, Ali Costiel murder article at 4:33 p.m.
I believe earlier, well, you wouldn't know this technically, but earlier in the trial, there's been some testimony regarding Ali Costiel. Can you tell us who was Ali Costiel?
Ali Costiel was a Ole Miss student that was murdered by her boyfriend, and her body was found out by Sardis Lake.
In your review of Timothy Harrington's phone data and Google data, had you ever found him prior to after Jay Lee went missing, searching up true crime or looking into any kind of murder articles, anything like that?
No, I did not see any articles like that.
What were the things that Mr. Harrington primarily Googled or searched for prior to Jay Lee being missing?
He searched clothing, famous people. He also searched workout stuff, things of that nature.
And still in July 10th at 4:53 p.m., what is Mr. Harrington looking at?
He views a FoxNews.com article on Ali Costiel's murder.
Now we're into 10:37 p.m. on July 10th. What are we looking at here? It's the first time we've seen this kind of screen.
So this is a Facebook search warrant returned. There to the left is what the record would look like as they sent it to us. Of course, the middle there is just a blown up portion of part of that record, which shows a Facebook search of Tony Farice at 10:37 p.m.
And on July 10th?
On July 10th, yes.
And who is Tony Farice?
He is an attorney.
And who did he represent?
He represented Ali Costillo's murder. I forget the guy's name.
We're still in July 10th. Were there any further, tell us what we're looking at actually, just tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, so this here is another Facebook return record there on the left. And it was July the 10th, 11:46 p.m. And on the right is what it looked like, the Oxford press release on July the 10th of Oxford Police Department. The search that was conducted on Facebook was Oxford, Mississippi Police Department.
And at this time, is this the first time Oxford Police Department had shared, I guess, UPD's press release?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, does Mr. Harrington also Google other things that same day?
Yes, he does.
But prior to Jay Lee's disappearance, had he, from the records we have, Googled Oxford Police Department?
No, not that I recall.
Or into July 11th? This is a different kind of record that we're looking at. What are we looking at here?
So this was pulled from the phone extraction. Mr. Harrington did some Google searches on Monday, July the 11th at different times. And all these times here is just to show that other many times he searched Molly Bar Apartments or Molly Bar Trails.
And on July 11th, is that when OPD and UPD discovered that Jay Lee's vehicle was at Molly Bar Apartments, Trails?
Yeah, so we discovered that on the 10th, on July 10th, late in the evening, that Jay Lee's car had been found by bandit towing at Molly Bar Trails. It was at 2 p.m. on July the 11th that OPD and UPD did a joint press release advising that Jay Lee's car had been found at Molly Bar Trails.
So that's the first time it was put out for the public?
That's correct.
And also on July 11th, following the 2 o'clock p.m. joint press release, what do we have that Mr. Harrington is searching?
He also searched Ole Miss Police Department at 10:02 p.m. on July the 11th.
Going into July 12th, and tell us what we're looking at here.
Some more searches on Facebook on July the 12th at 4:01 a.m. and 7:32 a.m. He searched Jimmy Lee in Facebook a couple times there during that day.
And at this time, what is the Oxford Police Department primarily posting about?
Primarily posting about information about Jay Lee, the press releases, the asking for information from the public of anyone who's been in contact or seen Jay Lee recently.
And did you all ever receive any tips from Timothy Harrington at that time in regards to your press release?
Not from Timothy Harrington, no.
Now we're into July 13th. What are we looking at here?
Facebook records from July 13th at 4:56 p.m. Mr. Harrington had searched in Facebook, Oxford, Mississippi Police Department, and that's a representation of what was posted on the 13th of 2022.
And what is it that was posted at that time?
It was a statement from Mr. Lee asking the public for help in locating his son.
So at this time, were you all receiving tips to possibly help in the Jay Lee disappearance, the investigation?
That's correct.
So other people were reporting in?
Yes, we were getting tips from other people, yes.
Going to July 14th, what are we looking at here?
July 14th, this is a Facebook search at 1:02 a.m. and 1:48 p.m. for Oxford, Mississippi Police Department.
Okay, and what was Oxford Police Department posting on their Facebook at that time?
This was an update on his case, talking about Crime Stoppers had pledged money for anyone with information to that led to Lee being found, and how to get a hold of us and so forth.
And so at this time, again, Oxford Police is still primarily posting about the disappearance of Jay Lee.
Yes, that's correct. And I also will say that if you see down there in the beige part there, it's kind of giving an update on what had been done by the police department in the search for Jay Lee.
At this point, is it safe to say that Timothy Harrington keeps up with the investigation as it goes along?
Yes.
So, July 15th. What are we looking at here?
Another Facebook records from the returns, 12:48 a.m., 1:08 a.m., 4:52. He's searching Jimmy Lee and different spellings. First one was a Y, second one's IE, then the hashtag Jimmy Lee and hashtag find Jimmy Lee.
July 16th.
Another Facebook return where there's searches of Oxford, Mississippi Police Department, Jimmy Lee.
And again, at this time, had you all heard any tips from Timothy Harrington regarding Jay Lee's disappearance?
No, we did not have any tips from Timothy Harrington related to his disappearance.
And also at this time, had you all even yet discovered the connection between Timothy Harrington and Jay Lee?
No, not by this date, no.
July 17th. What are we looking at here?
It's another Facebook search at 5:31, 5:34 of Oxford Police Department and Jimmy Lee.
July 18th. Same thing?
Same thing. Jimmy Lee Ole Miss, Jimmy J. Lee, Jimmy Lee J. Lee, Jimmy Lee. Those were 10:15 a.m., 10:16 a.m. in that time frame.
And is UPD and OPD continuously requesting that the public help in finding Jay Lee?
Yes.
July 19th.
Some more Facebook searches, Oxford Police Department, 5:13, 11 p.m.
And if you could make sure to speak into the microphone a little and repeat that, I couldn't hear you very
Sorry,
well.
more Facebook searches of Oxford, Mississippi Police Department at 5:13 p.m. and 11 p.m.
And to the right there, what is that?
That is what was posted on Oxford's Facebook page on July the 19th, which is another press release. And it says as of July 19th, and it kind of gives a short synopsis, if you will, of what the officers have been doing in the investigation.
July 20th. What are we looking at here?
Other Facebook searches, 8:18 p.m., 8:33 p.m., Oxford, Mississippi Police Department.
And again, Oxford Police Department is primarily posting about the disappearance of Jay Lee and the investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware of what the other posts, if there are a couple, what are they about?
There were, I think we might have been posting crime stats back then. That was one post. I forget exactly what the others were, but the main majority of those posts during this time frame had been seeking information and help from the public on Jay Lee.
And in your review of Mr. Harrington's search history on Facebook and Google prior to this, was he consistently searching Oxford Police Department?
Yes.
Prior to when?
I'm sorry, will you ask the question again? Sorry.
Sorry, I wasn't clear. Prior to this, I said prior to this. Prior to July 8th, when Mr. Jay Lee went missing, from your review of the phone dump, the Facebook searches, and the search of the Google searches, was Mr. Harrington searching Oxford Police Department repeatedly?
No.
And what are we looking at here?
Here is Facebook during the returns on July the 20th at 8:18 p.m. and 8:51 p.m. he searched on Facebook Mississippi Today. Mississippi Today had an article on the disappearance and the investigation and what was being released and so forth. Kind of had a running timeline, if you will, on their website as in part of this article.
And on July 21st, what took place in regards to the investigation?
On July the 21st, we, actually late July the 20th, we figured out who, that Red Eye _24 had contacted Jimmy J. Lee and through the Snapchat. And then on into the 21st, we go through the process and the steps of identifying Timothy Harrington as Red Eye _24.
And when was Mr. Harrington ultimately arrested?
On July the 22nd.
Now, Detective Baker, I want to go through some other parts of the investigation. Were there any other persons of interest in this case?
Yes.
Well, before you get into that list, sort of just define for me, what is a person of interest or suspect? Are there differences just in police terms? What does that mean?
Just a person of interest would be somebody that we would, like a tip would come in, or just somebody that would be interested in looking into if they had anything to do with Jimmy Lee's disappearance. And then some people use them interchangeably, person of interest, some people think of it as person of interest. I think of it as person of interest. It's not really somebody who's reached the level of being a suspect. That there's some evidence here. Really need to look into them a little deeper. Could be a suspect. It's kind of just depends. But a person of interest, yes, we had several persons of interest.
So, kind of tell me about the first one. All other suspects or person of interest other than Timothy Harrington that you all checked into.
One was a Jayborn Bester.
And were you able to ultimately clear Jayborn Bester?
Yes, we did.
First, tell me why was he a person of interest?
We had UPD had gotten a tip kind of after the first initial press release had went out, and they received a tip that from a former student that Bester had assaulted that former student before, and thought that Bester could be a suspect in this case based off of his past experiences.
So someone, to be clear, they had a past assault experience with Mr. Bester, and so they just thought maybe he could be involved.
Yes.
Were you ever able to find any indication or connection, digitally or otherwise, between Jayborn Bester and Jay Lee?
No.
So was he ultimately interviewed and cleared?
Yes, that's correct. He was.
So tell me about someone else or who was a person of interest or suspects in this case.
Early on in the case, Jose Reyes was a person of interest, basically just because the family at the time didn't know a whole lot about Jose, but thought that he might have been Jay Lee's boyfriend at the time. So we run down every avenue that we can. So we talked to him and end up clearing him and figured out that no, they're just really good friends and so forth.
So to be clear, Jay Lee's family believed maybe they were dating and is sort of a partner or relationship, the first person we look into in these kinds of investigations?
Yes.
And you said you were able to run it down, and did Jose provide anything for you to look into to clear him as a suspect?
Yes, he gave us his whereabouts. He told us his whereabouts, and then also his phone data. We were able to look through his phone.
Okay. And so did everything check out as to Jose's location? Where was he in the, time between 5:58 a.m. and 7 a.m.?
He was with his, I believe it was in Potts Camp, where he's from, with his partner.
So tell me about another suspect or person of interest that you all looked into.
LeBroderick Peterson.
And why was he a person of interest?
So LeBroderick was a person of interest because he was one of the people that had texted Jay Lee earlier in that morning or late in that night of the 7th, 8th. He was one of the recent contacts in Jay Lee's phone records.
So I'm going to ask that. Y'all never got Jay Lee's phone, correct?
Correct. His CDR phone records, call detail records.
So you were able to get that information from Jay Lee's call detail records?
Yes.
And were you ever able to clear LeBroderick Peterson as a suspect?
Yes. Did a phone extraction as well. And by his testimony and cooperation with the phone extraction, he had gone to Memphis, South Haven area that night, late the 7/7 into 7/8 morning. And then he had actually went over to Clarksdale in the Delta area and was not here in Oxford.
So who was the next person that you all looked into?
So we talked to Khalid Veers. Of course, he was one of the first one or one of the last ones to talk to him. You know, in a murder investigation or in a missing persons investigation, you got to clear everybody. You got to kind of go look through anybody that you can. And so we talked to Khalid, and of course, it was quick way to clear him. He was at work during the time the murder took place.
Do you remember where he worked?
At the hospital, Baptist Hospital here in Oxford.
And when the press release was first let out, I believe July 11th. Was it July 11th?
July 10th.
July 10th. Thank you for correcting me. Did you hear from Khalid soon after the police requested information?
Yes, Khalid had called the university and reported his conversation with Jay Lee the early morning of July 8th.
And tell me, was there any other person of interest that you looked into?
It's looked into a Kent Ware.
And why was a Kent Ware a person of interest?
There was a note once Jay Lee's apartment was searched. There was a note laying in the apartment, and it was kind of had something spilled on, or you couldn't quite make it out, a lot of it, but you could make out that that Kent Ware had come back into Jay Lee's life. And so we looked into him based on that note, and there was no evidence that he contacted Jay Lee or had spoken recently at all with him.
And were you able to tell when that note was written, or if it was a recent note or anything of that nature?
No, it could not.
So there's no evidence that there was any recent contact. By recent, what do you mean?
I mean, within the time frame of the murder or a few days before.
What about Blaine Brown? I believe some testimony has come forward regarding him. Who is he, and was he a person of interest?
Blaine Brown was one of the last people that there was digital communication between him and Lee, him and Jay Lee. But he was also cleared by call detail records. He was around in the area of his apartment at the archives.
So tell me, Jay Lee lives at Campus Walk, is that right?
Yes,
And Timothy Harrington lived at Lafayette Place, is that right?
that's correct.
And I believe what we see is that those two are kind of north and south of each other, right?
Yes.
Where is the archives in relation to that?
The archives would be about in a southeast direction, the south side of town, toward the south side of town.
And I believe you said through phone, his phone, you were able to clear that he was not in the area of Campus Walk or Lafayette Place.
Correct, through his call detailed records, yes.
And was there anything in your investigation that shows that Jay Lee might have gone towards the archives apartment?
No, nothing.
Is the archives close to Molly Bar Trails?
No.
Now, tell me about any other persons of interest or suspects?
We also looked into Timberland Mathis.
Tell me, why was Timberland Mathis a suspect?
He was also one of the last one of the last few people that had contacted Lee in his contact list. And Jay Lee had actually sent him a message earlier in the night. And Mr. Mathis didn't receive it until he had gotten off work at 5 o'clock. He responded, did not get an answer from Lee, but he was also cleared by his phone extraction, and his locations showed that he was around his residence. He had been at work earlier in the night and then was around his residence.
Where was his residence?
It was north of town out in the county.
So was it anywhere near Campus Walk Apartments or Lafayette Place Apartments?
No,
Was it anywhere near Molly Park Trail Apartments?
no.
You said his phone records. Was there anything specific about what you saw from the phone data that helped to clear Timberland Mathis?
Well, his location.
Well, regarding what he was looking at.
I'll give a little leeway, go ahead.
Was Timberland Mathis looking at anything in particular while at his home?
Yes, he was looking at pornographic sites.
And was it a specific kind of pornographic site?
Transgender.
And in your experience, do people usually give their phones to others to look at pornographic websites?
Not in my experience.
So you were able to clear him based on looking at where his general location of his phone and that the phone was in use at that time?
Yes, that's correct.
Give me more than that. Are you getting close on your name? Are you getting close on your name?
Almost, I have a few more.
Let's take a little short break anyway.
All right, beautiful people. Let's get to some of these comments. The only things really in my eye that could be helpful is that there's no body and no DNA. I don't know what elements of capital murder are, though, which can make a difference. So basically, the defense kind of tried to argue that a little earlier today, basically saying that the evidence that they have don't really support the way the statute is written, but the judge already kind of ruled that the evidence that they have is enough to make a reasonable inference on what occurred. I don't know if you've been here or not, but the thing that we've really been questioning is the underlying felony that comes with the capital murder. So they are basically saying that Jay Lee was kidnapped and then he was murdered. So they have to prove the kidnapping. I personally haven't seen them present enough evidence to say that that occurred. So I think that's where it gets a little sketchy for me. TU, what do you say about the wheelbarrow and shovel? Has that been brought into evidence? It has been brought into evidence. We saw it on yesterday, not yesterday, but Saturday. They brought it into the courtroom. The exhibits were there and given to the court reporter for proper documentation. Honestly, they're there for optics, in my opinion, because I don't know if they performed any type of DNA analysis on it. If they did, I missed it. But I don't believe that the lady there actually collected any. The lady who took the stand, I don't think that she was actually a lab tech to truly give DNA results. It'll be interesting to see if they call a DNA or a lab expert to the stand to talk about anything that they've tested. Also, we saw a bunch of condoms on Saturday as well. So I would imagine that they did do some type of DNA testing. So I think if there's just more to come on what really happened with the things that they collected in the search warrant. Tim just needs to stand up and scream he guilty and tell what he did with the body. Okay, so listen, because we want to know. We want to know. What is he writing? I imagine he's writing notes to give to his attorney to help in his defense. A lot of what we saw Yak do. He's been giving both sides a little leeway this entire case. Yeah, I think he's trying to be as fair as possible. Ooh, Hershey. Yeah, this morning I was zoned out. I haven't heard them really mention that he was kidnapped. Exactly. And that's the felony that they are alleging to support the capital murder charge. So they're gonna have to prove that. I haven't seen them prove it yet. I don't know if the duct tape is supposed to be the support of that, but I don't think that they've done it. So I at this point I anticipate just based off of where we are right now, I would anticipate the defense arguing a capital murder charge and possibly lesser charges being brought in and given to the jury as a part of jury instructions. Basically saying if you don't convict on this, you can't convict on this. They did, I believe. Nothing came back. They also have been manipulated since the police have had it. It wasn't cleaned when the police got the wheelbarrow. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that because I don't remember that. I thought that the only thing that they didn't test was the box truck, like because the lady that was there was a forensic crime scene person, so she was there just to collect the stuff. And the way I heard it was that she collected evidence for the other, she did her thing for the other stuff, but when it came to the box truck, she didn't physically go in there and try and do any type of work to collect anything. And so therefore nothing would have been tested in the box truck, but I could be wrong. So I'm gonna go back and listen to that. Let's see. Yes, where's Jay Lee? Oh my God, like where's baby Lisa? This just takes me back to that situation. Yeah. It's nice to see that they investigated other people. Yes, I think that's important. And the defense tried to bring that up. Like, didn't you investigate this person? What came back for this person? So I think that they've done like their due diligence in a sense. But again, I guess we just kind of have to see what happens. Y'all, I can't wait to go to law school. We was talking about it yesterday on live and stuff. I can't wait to go to law school. I really can't. I really can't. The theory, Jay Lee text open. Tim was standing behind the door with the duct tape. That would be a kidnapping. Well, here's the thing. Tim got the duct tape at 6-something. Jay Lee was there at like, I want to say Jay Lee was already there when he went to Walmart after Jay Lee had been at his house. Because here's the thing. Yeah, the duct tape was got after he was there. So my thing is, did he fall asleep? I mean, I don't know. I can't wait for you to go either. Okay, because when I go to law school and I start learning the rules of evidence and learn all these different things, baby, the channel is going to upgrade. The channel is going to do its thing, okay? Baby, we're going to be out here giving true legal analysis. I can't wait. Cindy, that open speaks volumes to me because it means he's outside and open the door to me. I thought that the message said here. I didn't think it said open. I thought it said here, like I'm here. And he opened it. So it was basically left on red. I didn't hear that the text said open. I heard that the text said here. And he opened it. Oh, it said open? Okay. Yes, Taylor, after Jay Lee arrived the second time. It said open? It said open. Okay, cousins, y'all got me together then, because y'all know I could mishear it too. That's why we work together over here. It said open. They should a picture of the text. They showed a picture of the text. It said open. Okay. Jay Lee felt he was gonna hurt him. I think so too. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Now Lacey saying it was here. Yes, it said open the second time. I thought he meant for him to open the door because he was outside. And then Lacey Ann says it was here. It was here. But how does no camera show him not moving the body from his apartment or anything? But they haven't shown any footage of Jay Lee actually being there. So I'm assuming that there is no footage at his apartment complex. They know he was there. They know he went. Timmy's confirmed that he's went. That he was there. So yeah. They may try to play off Jay Lee threatening him with if you try to pull a fast one, it ain't gonna end good. Okay, so here's my thing with that argument though. I'm gonna post this. Because here's my thing with that argument. If you argue that you are opening the door to say that he defended himself against Jay Lee, which at the same time says that he know what happened to him, or that something happened to him. Like you almost admit guilt with this argument if you try to argue this one. Like it's a slippery. I think that argument is a slippery slope. Just I don't know what you think. From the text, we clearly know DNA has been in Tim's apartment. The semen was cleaned up. Exactly. So the cameras were at Jay Lee's apartments. We haven't seen any at Tim's. I want to know how he got that body out that apartment without anybody noticing it either. But here's the thing too. If he's a mover and he's used to moving stuff, heavy lifting, you know what I'm saying? There's no telling what he could have done with it to make it look like he was loading something in his truck because he has a moving truck. Who's to say that he didn't move his stuff into his apartment? You know what I'm saying? So that's a theory too. That's one of my theories too. Without being noticed is crazy. He sent here, then the second time was open. Oh, okay, so the first time he went over, he said here. And the second time he went over, he said open. Okay, y'all, can you get me together? I don't think Tim's apartment has cameras. I wonder if they checked the neighbors for any Ring cameras. I'm pretty sure they did, but I'm pretty sure they did. They wanted to catch that in 4K. And why wasn't a struggle heard by the neighbors? Have you seen his arms, Hershey? His arms are pretty big. So I'm thinking like if he caught him off guard and strangled him, how much of a fight could he have put up, or would he have put up? Yeah. Did Tim have any defense marks on him? Not that I'm aware of, Brandy. Yes, Taylor. And the fact that Jay Lee said you might try and do something to me if I come back gave me chills. Yeah. When you're being strangled, not like mm-hmm.
Put a bell on his around his neck. All right. Jerry, ready, you think? Be showing them on in, okay? You return to the witness stand.
Sir?
Jerry? All right, here we go. You may resume your direct examination of Officer Baker.
Detective Baker, before our break, I believe we were talking about Timberland Mathis, and you said he was cleared by his phone data, which showed specific activity being done on the phone, not in the area of Lafayette Place or Campus Walk, when Jay Lee went to go meet someone and ended up never coming back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to remind you, I'm going to point to a slideshow, one of the slides in State's Exhibit 96. I believe this might be something that we had skipped over before. State's Exhibit 96, if you look to the corner right here, 7:02 a.m., what time did that represent?
The time that Harrington had gotten back to his apartment with the box truck from the Lynx.
Okay, that was to be following the trip to Walmart, then the Lynx to the box truck, then back to Lafayette Place.
Yes.
And from the phone dump data, it showed Timothy Harrington's phone Timothy Harrington's ping in the area of Lafayette Place apartments at that time. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay, so did Timothy Harrington's phone ping move to Molly Bar Trails area?
No, it did not.
So at that time, when he first arrived back home from Walmart, how long did the phone stay in the area of Timothy Harrington's Lafayette Place apartment, the phone ping?
It was, let me look back. $7:02 to 8:10 a.m.
So, based on the investigation, do we know if actual Timothy Harrington was at Lafayette Place from 7:02 to 8:10 a.m.?
From 7:02 to 8:10 a.m.
To 8:10 a.m., the time you just referred to on July 8th, 2022.
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
I'm sorry, I'll repeat the question. We were just talking about how from 7:02 a.m. to 8:10 a.m., Timothy Harrington's phone ping was in the area of Lafayette Place apartments.
Mm-hmm.
So, do we know if Timothy Harrington, the person, was also in the area of Lafayette Place apartments? Do we know? Yeah.
No, because 7:41, he was stopped by Officer Rutherford, and also we got him on the Molly Bar Trails camera as well, running out.
Okay. So I'm clear, from 7:02 to 8:10 a.m., the phone ping off a tower is in the area of Lafayette Place. But Timothy Harrington is that when he was being picked up by Keziah Carter at 7:45 is Officer Rutherford?
Yeah, so the traffic stop was at 7:34, or 7:40, sorry, 7:41.
Okay. And based on your investigation, did Keziah Carter take Timothy Harrington back to his apartment?
Yes.
Okay, and I would point to, and we started this because Timberland Mathis, his phone was showing specific use during the time he was at home during the relevant period of JP's disappearance, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I would take you to turn the TV off, please. Another slide from the slideshow. So, previously testified from 7:18 p.m. to 9:28 p.m., Timothy Harrington's phone ping is on a tower in the area of his parents' home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And from that time to 9:28 p.m., was Timothy Harrington, the person, also at home that whole time?
Not the whole time.
And how did you know that?
By the neighbor's video.
And tell me if you know, was there specific use, similar to Timberland, on the phone during both of these periods to show that he was at home?
No.
So I want us to go back to our list of suspects or persons of interest. After Timberland Mathis, who was another person that you looked into?
We handle all types of personal injury matters. We do handle workers' compensation if someone is injured at work, whether
Rashad Hayes, were you ever able to clear him based on the location of his phone?
Of his phone ping.
His phone ping, I apologize, his phone ping. Thank you for correcting me. Yes.
Yes, by his phone ping.
All right. And was it in the area of Lafayette Place or Canvas Walk Apartments?
No, it was not.
Phone pinging. And as to anyone else that you looked into?
The next one would be Dominique Goolsby.
Okay. Tell me who that is, why they were a person of interest.
So he owned one of the vehicles that drove into Molly Bar Trails 20 minutes before Jay Lee's car. And so we were able to figure out that he was actually in Mississippi Department of Corrections custody at the time. And his girlfriend was driving his car that lived at Molly Bar Trails.
So he was in prison at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else?
So there was a guy named AK.
Mm-hmm. And was he a student at Ole Miss, AK?
He was a foreign exchange student.
And were you able to, well, why was he a suspect?
He was seen days prior around Jay Lee's apartment, going into and around the apartment. So just looked into him because he was around the area.
And were you able to clear him?
Yes, he was at the Uncommon and at Class.
When you say Uncommon, what is the Uncommon?
The Uncommon is another apartment complex here in Oxford.
And you said he was also in Class?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that he was in both locations?
Yes.
And was that during the time period of, I believe, 6:03 a.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. Tell me who the next person of interest or suspects that you all looked into were.
Next would be Keziah Carter.
And why did y'all look into Keziah?
Because Keziah is the one that picked him up at the Rockets gas station. And so we looked into him.
Were you able to confirm if he was in close to Jay Lee, or had any contact or communication with Jay Lee?
No, he did not have any communication with Jay Lee.
And who else did you look into?
I looked into Tyson King.
And who was Tyson King?
Tyson King was Mr. Harrington's business partner in the moving company, little moving business that they had.
And why did you all look into him?
Because he was close to Timothy Harrington, and also the box truck was around his apartment where it was parked at the links. And so we looked into him as well.
And were you able to clear Mr. King from the suspect list?
Yes, I was. He was in his hometown of Hattiesburg at the time of the murder.
And who else?
Juan Robertson.
And who was that?
Juan was in the box truck with Tyson King at the time that he was stopped. We talked to Juan, and there's no connection between him and Jay Lee.
Was he even working for their moving company at that time?
He was not.
So of all these people we went through, I believe Jay Bourne Bester, Broderick Peterson, Kent Ware, Timberland Mathis, so on. When Jay Lee sent the 6:03 a.m. text open, who did he send that to?
To Tim Harrington.
And was it to any of these people?
No, it was not.
And were any of these people confirmed to be in the area of Lafayette Place Apartments at this time?
No, they were not.
Do any of these people live at Lafayette Place Apartments?
No.
And the conversation that you all were looking into, the one between Red Eye and Jay Lee, were any of these people behind that account?
No, they were not.
Who was behind that account?
Timothy Harrington.
And after Jay Lee sent the open text, did he ever send another text to anybody on this list again?
No, he did not.
Brief indulgence. And Detective Baker, do you see the person that was the subject of your investigation, who's now been charged in Jay Lee's death in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Would you please point him out?
It's at the defense table in the middle of a blue jacket.
Your Honor, may the record please reflect that the witness is identified as the defendant. Brief indulgence, Your Honor. Your Honor, I tender the witness.
Baker, I want to ask you about some of the things you talked about last first. Now, let's talk about Tyson King first. He never was, he was arrested the day that y'all got the box truck, right?
No, he was not arrested.
He was placed in handcuffs, set on the curb of the street for 45 minutes, and then placed inside the box truck, told not to move for another hour and 45 minutes, and had a move on that day that he couldn't complete, right?
He said he did, yes.
Yeah. And the man that was with him that you talked about, was he placed in custody with Mr. King?
He was detained at the time as well.
He had handcuffs on, right?
Yes.
And at that time, that you did that, Mr. King, you knew based on this was 25th or 26th of
26.
I'm gonna say you, but your department handcuffed this young man, knowing, according to the timeline that we have, it's already been introduced in the evidence, he was in Hattiesburg, right? You knew
We didn't
that.
know that at the time.
Well, you didn't know he was in Hattiesburg at the time?
No, didn't know at the time when he was stopped.
You had no idea he was in Hattiesburg?
No.
Did you have Mr. Harrington's phone records at that time off of his phone?
We did.
All right. Well, if you had those and you testified from the content of some of those,
Give the gift of every moment captured with Whoop. Now 10% off.
Interior Define, custom sofas made for you. Why settle on a sofa that's made for every?
Yeah.
I left them at Love's house, you're gonna have to go get them. I'm in Hattiesburg, right?
Yes.
All right. You had no information that Tyson had all these records, and you had your Cellmark documents and everything we've talked about. You knew that Tyson Love had no connection to anything that Tim Harrington and Jay Lee or Jay Lee and Mathis or Jay Lee and J. Kyle Haslett or whoever was in having conversations that night. You knew, did you not, that Tyson King had nothing to do with anything that night, didn't he?
Anything that night, yes, I would agree with that.
Excuse me?
I would agree that anything during the murder time, he did not, we would have known that he was not.
The murder time. We're gonna talk about that just a little bit. All right, so you handcuffed him. He brought a lawyer to the interview.
Not an objection to
Did he?
relevance.
You interviewed him, did you not? You interviewed Tyson King, and he told y'all he didn't want to talk until he had a lawyer, and Swayze Alford showed up with him, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When was that interview?
26.
The 26th of July, a man that you knew, based on your investigation, had zero to do with anything on the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, or 11th, had to hire a lawyer to come see you, talk to you, correct? He paid a lawyer, did he not, to come see you?
He did.
All right. You know whether or not he Google searched Mr. Alford's name?
I do not.
All right. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the other people. Now, Timberland Mathis, according to your testimony, was eliminated. He was a person of interest. He never really became a suspect, did he?
No.
All right. Well, during his interview, I believe, were you present during the interview with Detective Mahan or Lieutenant Mahan?
I'd have to refer to my report.
Well, anyway, just look at it for a minute, but you testified on direct examination that he was eliminated as a suspect by virtue of the fact that his ping location was at his apartment, and it appeared that he was searching some pornographic sites. Isn't that what you testified to?
Yes.
But he also, when Sergeant McGuire talked to him during the course, what we've already brought out here a couple of days ago, that she described the fact that he made a comment about the what may have happened to Jay Lee before the press release came out too. Isn't that a fact?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Excuse me?
I don't understand what you're asking.
All right. Well, Timberland gave some information, as I understand, and it's been already sworn to under oath here, that he was fidgety, asked for his stomach was hurting, things of that nature, gave inconsistent statements about his relationship with Jay Lee, that he at one point in time made a reference about hearing about it on the 9th, saw the press release, and it didn't come out till the 10th.
Your Honor, objection is ongoing. It's the question. It's compound
Do you
question.
remember those things that he gave those statements in the report? He said she's opened up the whole file, Your Honor. I got you. All right. Have you reviewed the summary of the statement that Captain Mahan, Agent Stratton, I believe in McGuire, wherein they made the statement that Mathis complained of having an upset stomach. Have you reviewed that through the file?
I don't recall that. I don't know. They reported that. I don't know.
I don't want to ask you another question. Mathis moved around a lot. When Jay Lee's name was mentioned, he would sit up straight with a perfect posture. Have you read that in any report?
I don't remember it. No.
Mathis consistently changed his story and timeline during the interview. Have you read any report by Shayla McGuire indicating that that was the substance of Mathis's statement, because he just testified he was eliminated as a suspect because of his ping location? Now, I will be perfectly clear, Detective. I'm not saying Mr. Mathis did anything wrong. All I'm saying is he gave deceptive information to your agency, right or wrong.
I don't know what Captain Mann, if that's who you're talking about, I don't know how she felt.
All right, but take it back. This happened back in, these interviews happened back in July 2022. You just testified the way that Mr. Mathis was eliminated as a potential suspect. That had to include, did it not, his statement, verifying his whereabouts, where he said he was, and that was in the content of his statement, where he said he was, correct? So you testified on direct, that was the way that you got him eliminated as a suspect. So had you reviewed his statement to Detective McGuire or not?
As I said earlier, I saw them when we turned them over as a part of our case file, but I can't tell you what they say. That's a lot of pages. I don't know what every word everybody said.
I'm not asking, but y'all met several times and had meetings about people of interest and suspects, things of that nature. All I'm saying is, was that information provided to you when y'all got with OPD and UPD detectives, everybody working on the case? Do you recall getting that information?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Mathis explained at first he didn't know that Jay Lee was male.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has stated over and over again that he doesn't recall this information. He's not refreshing his memory. He's just attempting to do testimony, hearsay. Is that it?
He's open to file. Thank you, Sergeant Ian. Thank you, Sergeant Ian, the evidence ID. So is it a fair statement that what you're telling the court and the jury is that you eliminated him by virtue of the fact that his ping location said his phone was at his apartment?
Yes, that's part of how we eliminated him, yes.
All right. Let's go to, and I won't go through all these right now, but because I just want to understand what portions of the file that you have reviewed and what portions that you haven't reviewed. Have you reviewed the statements of Blaine Brown or Kent Ware or AKA AKA? Because you testified they were eliminated as potential people of interest, or Jose Reyes. Have you reviewed the statement of Jose Reyes before you came in here to testify today at any time?
Yes, it would have been a part of our investigation, yes.
Okay, so if you have, you know that he gave some deceptive information as well, did he not? Again, I want you to have to understand, I'm not saying the young man has done anything wrong. All I'm saying is he gave deceptive information, did he not?
I don't know what somebody put, if that's what you're saying from a report, I don't know what you're talking about,
Okay, listen,
deceptive information.
if you say you don't know, say I don't know, I don't remember. But he gave information initially that he was not good friends with Jay Lee, that a young lady by the name of Janelle would have better information on the whereabouts and the daily routine of Jay Lee. You remember the contents of that statement being in the file that you reviewed during the trying to eliminate him as a suspect?
I don't remember the exact content, no.
Morning flurries. The return of special traditions like
Mathis, or Captain Mathis testified to that fact. You leave it to her recollection, right?
Captain Mathis?
Mahan.
All right, so would you repeat the question with the correct name? The name threw me off.
She testified, Captain Mahan testified to that fact. You couldn't dispute that. She interviewed Mr. Reyes and he provided that information.
Yeah, I mean, I could dispute that. That's her opinion.
Okay.
I mean, I don't.
That would be in her report.
Right, that's her report, her opinion.
I got you. That was smart.
Your Honor, please see what counsel will show.
Detective
D10.
D102. Detective, review this particular item appears to be page 59 of the 133-page report. It summarizes y'all's investigation. You recognize that?
Yes, it appears to be a UPD report, yes.
Can you read it for me real quick? Refresh your recollection as to the content of certain interviews.
Objection, Your Honor. Witness can't refresh his recollection with someone else's report. That's not his recollection.
He is often testimony about who's been eliminated and who's not been eliminated. I'm gonna let it be cross-examined on the basis of what their opinions are, what all of them said. While he's reading it, why don't y'all come here and talk to me?
Ooh, child. Okay, so Columbus said the state seems to be able to track his movements very well. When and where did he have time to dump the body? So they kind of insinuated earlier today that he went up to Lincoln Road, which was a wooded area, came back, went to his parents' house, and then later that night he ended up leaving. And when he came back, he dusted his shoes off before going in the house. Or maybe he dusted his shoes off the first time, and then whatever the case may be. They alleged that I think that they were trying to insinuate that he did something in the later part of the day versus the morning when he left his phone at his parents' house.
You have a chance to look through it.
Yes, and you asked about deception of Jose Reyes, correct?
Yeah, first of all, I'm asking you whether or not you had an opportunity to review it. If you had a chance to review it.
Yes, I read it.
Okay. I'll ask you, Judge has kind of instructed me to, not instructed me, we're gonna have to process it. This appears to be a summary of a statement. It's not interview, partial interview between McGuire and Jose Reyes. Fair
No,
statement?
that's between Janelle and McGuire.
Correct. The references in this particular part of it, what Jose had told Shayla McGuire about the Janelle. I'll go for it. That Janelle was the individual that would provide more information about Jay Lee than Jose, correct? That's what's in this.
The report does say something to the effect.
It does say something to that effect.
Of Jose saying, or Janelle, yes, Jose and Janelle, yes.
Was that marked as 102?
102.
Okay.
Now, I want to ask you about some of the other information that you use to eliminate certain individuals. Now, Khalid Fears was not, he was a person of interest primarily because he talked to Jay Lee apparently on the phone at 5:58 until sometime around 6:03 on the morning in interest, right? The July the 8th morning, correct?
Khalid did talk to Janelle, yes.
And it come to your attention during the time that you were eliminating him as a suspect, that he also was being deceptive about information about his activity with Jay Lee as far as whether or not they had used certain apps together, Grindr, BLK, things of that nature. It come to your attention that he might not have been completely honest about his involvement with Jay Lee.
I don't recall anything like that.
And did you know that at the time that Fears gave you that statement, did you have the benefit of the Snapchats between Fears and Jay Lee?
Are you asking at the time we talked to Fears?
The first time.
Were we aware of the Snapchat? No.
When did you get Snapchat records of Jay Lee?
I don't recall the exact date.
Do you remember seeing a Snapchat between Jay Lee and Fears? I assume once you got that, you looked at the Snapchat records between Fears and Jay Lee and a lot of different people, right?
Yeah, he talked to a lot of people, yes.
And a lot of those individuals, what we call hookups, people that you have numbers there, you weren't able to locate those individuals.
Just speculation, right?
Sorry,
You characterize them as hookups.
I'll let him answer this cross-examination.
I'm gonna give him some leeway.
You understood based on your investigation that some of Jay Lee's activities involved hookups with people from the apps that he used, right?
Yes, it's possible.
It's possible, or did you find that as part of your investigation?
Jay Lee used apps, yes, he used dating apps.
You use dating apps, and it becomes part of the result of your investigation that on occasions that Jay Lee would meet people on those apps and have never met them before. That's how you met them, through the app, right? A lot of times.
It is possible. I don't know how Jay Lee met them, or if he did meet them, I don't know.
My question is, did you look into the Snapchat history, came up missing, to determine if there was any content in the Snapchat where Jay Lee and other people were talking or chatting, so you could find information that would lead you to a suspect that may have created his disappearance?
We did look into the other Snapchat users, or other people trying to cooperate stuff, yes.
Did you find the Snapchat between Mr. Fears and Jay Lee where they were talking about having a conversation about choking? Did you like choking? Things of that nature. Did you find that?
Objection to relevance, Your Honor.
I think it's relevant. I'm gonna let him ask you.
I don't recall. You'd have to show me the artifact to go back and look through. I don't recall. If you get produced that Snapchat and look at it, I can tell you a better answer.
Well, Detective, how far back did you go on Jay Lee's Snapchat in an effort to determine whether or not you may find somebody that could have caused his disappearance? How far back you go? I know you've got the records at least back to July the 7th, right?
Yes, we would have had at least July the 7th, correct.
You did that, and you went back into May, correct?
I don't remember exact date, but it would have been some time.
And I'm asking you again, when you looked in there, did you like, I'm not very good at it, but you click on there, on the Snapchat, search the word choking, strangulation, choke out sex, to see whether or not Jay Lee had ever had conversations with anybody about having a preference for that type.
Wix, one platform, any website. Unlimited creation.
Whether or not that actually occurred, that Jay Lee or someone with him during the course of some type of sexual activity would have had some aggressive conversations between each other.
Yes, it would have been to identify any kind of.
The actual conversation was just been testified that it was in class.
Let's hold back on the speaking objection.
I'm just asking.
Briefly, what's the objection?
Your statement of the facts, you're trying to imply the wrong facts. The actual conversation
Hang on a second. If you take the time you need to find the document you're referencing.
I'm just asking generally, did he do a search for that type of conversation between Jay Lee and other people about some type of sexual activity along the same lines, choking or aggressive behavior, anything like that? Did you search that before you arrested Mr. Harrington to determine whether or not you may develop a suspect? Did you do that?
We would have looked through the initial Snapchat user download that we did. We had not gotten the full return back by the time. So it wouldn't have been a full, but yes, somebody would have reviewed the Snapchat messages.
But I guess my question is, did you do that? I don't need to answer.
Did I Control F look for it? I don't recall. Somebody would have looked through that whole document and searched out everything that you're asking us.
Trying to find D3, Your Honor.
Come on.
Okay, because I mean, he in here fighting for his life. I do want to let y'all know that today I will have to end at about 3:45, 3:50. I'll have to end the stream because I got to take my little baby to the urgent care. So y'all gonna have to watch the rest of the trial from Law and Crime because we starting fresh tomorrow. We starting fresh tomorrow. Just listen. Don't watch the comment. But baby, the defense is trying their hardest to say that they didn't fully investigate the other people who may have been in contact with Jay Lee. At the end of the day, how about you explain to us why your client was in that car? Explain to us why your client dropped that car off and ran from it. Let us get some explanation on that.
This has been identified previously as a Snapchat conversation from Khalid Fears and it's ID is Defense Exhibit D3. Does this appear to be the records that you recovered as a result of your Snapchat subpoena for the records of Snapchat of Sucker for Jay? That appear to be?
It appears to be like the records we received, yes.
I don't want you to, if you would, tell me whether or not you could read right here, Sucker J for Khalidi, whatever that is. Read that for me, all the way down to place.
Yes, Your Honor. The previous witness, he started from the bottom top, he's misdirected the witness.
Read it in the order in which you understand the record came to you and based on your experience that the conversation took place.
So
Let me look at the record right quick, see if I got an opinion on which came first. All right. Go ahead.
So, so Jolie to Khalid, glad to go, homie, and is the sentence HBU as you should be that the greatest feeling, honestly. How was work though? Period T. Whatever makes us nut. Live your MTF life, chilly. So you must like to have fun, understandable. Aggressive and also get put in my place. I don't think so. I like to be aggressive, but also put in my place. Do you have any kinds of lot? Heavy on that. Oh, you like to choke and be choked. Correct. Mutual. I enjoy mural aggression. I don't know. We got
That's past the part I could eat. So the portion that came from Sucker for Jay, which is Jay Lee to Khalid Fears, you like to be choked and to like to choke and to be choked, correct?
That's what it says.
All right.
That is not the portion that came from Sucker for Jay. That came out earlier in this trial.
I'm not sure. Hang on, let me look in.
That's different exhibits.
Okay, so y'all, though that conversation that was just read, it did come out earlier in the trial, but it was the conversation between Khalid and Jay Lee. Remember at the beginning, they were talking about what they liked, and they were questioning Khalid, asking him like, "Do y'all talk about that type of stuff? Do y'all talk about, basically things that are sexual in nature. And all right, see you later, Ciroc. I lost my train of thought. Yeah, so that's what's happening. But he's got him reading it in a weird way. Yeah, he's got him reading it in a weird way. And honestly, it kind of feels like you're trying to confuse the jury in a sense. Like maybe you're reading these. I know somebody in the jury box, like, I know we heard this, but he's not having them like read it in the right order.
Sergeant testified to Jaylee asked a question and then he went on to say he had no kinks. So I don't understand the relevance. And hearsay.
Court finds this is relevant information.
I think he just said, he asked for it to be introduced.
It's already been marked, right?
Yeah.
All right. As his introduction, I'm going to let the jury retire to the jury room, and I'm going to hear you about the admissibility of the document.
All right, so now there's a document being introduced. There's an objection to it, and we're getting ready to hear the arguments on its admissibility. Yeah, because honestly, that joining the conversation kind of stuck out because it established the fact that Jaylee did like, that he had certain types of pleasures, and his pleasures in combination with TH's or Timmy's search is, kind of helps you form a
document
opinion.
D3, which I think we talked about earlier. It was marked as D3 earlier for ID only. The defense has now asked for D3 to be admitted into evidence. I'll hear you on your objection as to why D3 should not be admitted into evidence. But before the record, this is, as I understand it, I want my opinion to be based on correct understanding. D3 is a part of what was supplied from Snapchat to law enforcement pursuant to a search warrant as part with the more recent this was the earlier part of the same search warrant that it's down there.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. This is a part of it's two things happened. They downloaded Jaylee's Snapchat data from his account, and then they went and got a search warrant from it. And it's in both.
But in both situations, this is information from Snapchat that was provided to law enforcement by Snapchat. I think I heard some testimony that without the search warrant, only one side of this conversation is gotten. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think that's right.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Pursuant to search warrant, both sides would be gotten. Without the search warrant, only one side would be gotten. That's the way I understand. Okay. And so pursuant to search warrant, law enforcement asked for a search warrant of Jaylee's Snapchat records for a period of time. That the period of time included this June record that's the subject of D3. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That's I'm through asking questions, and I'll start listening now. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor.
My name is Kenny Powell. I'm the managing partner of the Powell Law Firm. It's very important to us to give back to the community.
The officer has already identified it. He's already read what it said. The hearsay portion of it, Your Honor, that it doesn't fit any exception. The portions of the conversations that the state has conversation. The state has not attempted to introduce hearsay conversations at all at this trial or hearsay statements. The defense has repeatedly tried to introduce hearsay statements when they could call those witnesses. This witness, Lynn Fears, has already testified and been questioned about it. We had a long back and forth.
Let me ask you a question, this. Would it still be hearsay if Mr. Frears talked about a conversation live with someone other than the defendant? Would Mr. Fears being here, would that somehow make a conversation between Mr. Fears and someone else other than the defendant, would his live presence somehow make it suddenly unhearsay?
I believe, just so I'm understanding,
If Mr. Fears was sitting in the witness stand right now, and you were asking him about a conversation he had, whether it be by Snapchat or any other conversation with Mr. Lee, would that not be hearsay?
yes, Your Honor, it would still be hearsay.
Okay.
But Mr. Fears was here, he can ask him questions. My understanding of what was going on at that time when Mr. Fears testified earlier was that Mr. Fears was being impeached because he said he didn't have conversations like this. It doesn't come in substantively at that time. Mr. Fears was then asked about these conversations. He was cross-examined on them. They weren't introduced into evidence at that time.
And I remember making that. All right, I understand your objection. I'll listen to the defense now anyway.
Now, that part of the explanation the court's ruling previously on Mr. Fears identifying and stating into the record the correctness of the statement that he had with Mr. Lee. The other part of it was going into the extent of their conversations about sexual activity and things of that nature in the courtroom. It was not hearsay, it was hearsay, but it was admissible due to the fact process where we were in cross-examination.
As to this statement, whether Mr. Fears was here today making a statement or whether he was looking at his Snapchat records, is it or is it not hearsay?
Is it or is it not hearsay?
Is it or is it not hearsay as it relates to a statement between somebody other than Mr. Fears and somebody other than the defendant?
No, sir, I don't believe it's hearsay. It's two ways to evaluate. Depends on the purpose of it. It could be offered not for the truth of the matter asserted, but the conversation and the continued conversation between the two, and also for the purpose to establish that Mr. Lee had these conversations with someone else, similar to what they placed in their case in chief at this time.
All right, I'm going to do this. I'm not going to admit it into evidence. I'm going to let you cross-examine this witness on it for impeachment purposes as to why did they consider this statement in making a decision to eliminate Mr. Fears as a person of interest or suspect in this case. But the document itself, I think, if anything, is for impeachment purposes, not for substantive purposes. And I'll let you talk about it, but I'm not going to pass it to the jury.
Your Honor, also, there are other statements between conversations similar to this between Fears and Lee, consistent with the same line pertaining to whether or not they investigated him. I've already had a mark previously in other exhibits.
Those ones that we talked about the other day, and I said all of them are admissible except one. Is that right?
That's correct.
You get there, I'll give you. I don't think anything has changed about my opinion since that time. There was, I think, 4 documents marked for ID, and I at that time said that that witness they would not be. But I'm gonna allow you to question them on them, and when we get to that portion of it, I'll let you make an objection, and I'll rule. If there is an objection, I'll rule on it at that time.
Your Honor, I will call the for previous ruling. The only reason it wasn't introducing evidence previously was I was gonna redact everything out, but that one statement, Mr. Peters was on the stand, hadn't been able to do that yet. Because the court previously ruled on the content of the statement.
Let me see exactly what, it's been more than 15 minutes ago.
My understanding was the court ruled it was admissible for impeachment purposes, and that you didn't want all the other pages on there.
There
And that's
was,
the only reason it wasn't introduced.
I'm thinking, I'm looking at stuff, hang on.
Ooh, all right there now. I think he being fair. I do. He's following the letter of the law. And I like how he asked them, like, he kind of like, he talked a little bit and then he asked them the question to get the answer. Like, I don't know, it kind of feels like a teaching moment to me every time he gets his understanding. We could tell he's been doing it for a while too, though. Like, it's like, oh, okay, that's what you think. Let me ask you this. It gives appellate vibes too.
Yes,
Yes, you don't.
You said the day of when he was sure.
They, there was an old statement about if you don't send, if they don't get the picture, if you don't send the picture, it's going to go bad or something like that.
That's right.
And I said that particular statement was not enough evidentiary. It was not a claim of violent sex or anything like that. And I said that was not going to admit that one, but the rest of those I would.
Yes.
And I believe these documents are record now. These are just pulled out copies of this bigger record. Is that right?
That's correct.
These are not all, just to be clear for the record, these are not all conversations with Khalid Fears. If that's what he's referring to.
I'm not, whoever it is.
It doesn't matter.
Whoever it is. If those conversations that were pointed out to me in 38, 39, 40, and 41.
Right.
Let me look at those.
Your Honor, for the record, before the state introduced into the record in front of the jury, a conversation between Jay Lee and Mr. Harrington, this statement right here probably would not have been admissible at the time. If you read this statement, the one we wanted to get in, I think the court said you could, it's identical in terminology. That's almost identical to the terminology, and shows state of mind as to.
That was 38. 38 is a statement between Jay Lee and someone else. It says, I-O-N, got a pitch, and you better not be trying to pull a fast one. I'm FR about what? I guess that's an emoji or something, saying LOL.
And that's the exact same language you used with Mr. Harrington.
What?
Not exact, but talking about pulling the fast one. They're inferring to the jury that that's a statement on behalf of Mr. Lee that he's scared. In this particular context of this case, that particular context, in that case, I think the jury ought to be to consider the same type statement, basically the same typing, same words, someone else, has to show plan and preparation.
We weren't inferring to the jury that he was scared. We were introducing the statements about Tim Harrington, and Jay Lee's a part of the conversation. Without Jay Lee's part of the conversation, it would be incomprehensible.
All right, I'm 38.
Just that.
40.
One of them's day of, Your Honor, you said it was coming out.
Which one was day of?
It doesn't actually reference violence or anything at all. It just talks about what are you about to do.
41. I'm gonna let that in.
Your Honor, I would just repeat that these items are hearsay and defense counsel has not articulated why they are not hearsay. And he is in fact offering them for the truth of the matter.
I'm not offering for the truth.
I'm going to let the
And when earlier referred to.
hang on. I'm going to let the defense question the witness about those statements. And I have to say, did you look into other people? Did you consider this when you're making that statement? I'm not going to allow them to be introduced into evidence. A statement from Mr. Lee to somebody we don't know from Adam, I don't know anybody that can't be here, so I'll let you question on them all as long as you want to, but I'm not going to let you introduce them into evidence.
Your Honor, I think I can clean it up by having you review them, asking if these the same type of statements.
I'm gonna let you ask him that, but when we get through asking the questions, that they're not going to be introduced into evidence.
Can we?
There's still time to gift Whoop. Get 10% off when you shop now.
Why is Navage perfect for nasal congestion?
The most common complaint that I will hear in my office is,
We're going to take about a 2-minute break while the jury is.
Yeah, I told y'all that Coke was coming. He didn't have that Coke for a while, so I knew he was gonna get ready to he wanted to have a break. So I just wanted to give y'all a quick update on Yak before I jump off of here. And really, my update is more or less giving you a little bit more background information on the situation. So Yak has the jail charges. I think we've gone over them as aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and then riot charges. All right, but there are 6 other defendants on the case. The majority of them had a pre-indictment hearing. Based on the paperwork, the charges during that hearing were only aggravated assault and battery. The judge said that there was no probable cause for aggravated assault and only battery. Yak never had a pre-indictment hearing because of the RICO case. The state then, after the judge dismissed the aggravated assault charge, went to the grand jury and stated the added charge of riot for the grand jury. The grand jury charged all of them with all 3 charges. So when we talk about the situation that happened, they are basically alleging that Yak and 6 other people jumped on somebody else in the jail. And when they jumped on him, they're saying that they beat him with an iPhone charger. So rumor has it that this person in jail has been like stealing stuff, and then people like basically got on them. What I'm not certain of is if Yak truly participated in it or not. Who actually had the cord and who didn't. But what we do know is that Mr. McBurney was the judge that saw them before. He's the judge that is seeing them now. And we know that one of the folks who are on the indictment actually has a plea arraignment hearing scheduled for January the 21st. So there's a lot kind of going on with this case. Everybody, I mean, we've all been saying that it's just extremely interesting how they've just now decided to do something with it. I find it even more interesting to know that a judge basically told them like, your assault charge ain't good enough. And so they basically, I mean, possibly overcharged them and took it to a grand jury for an indictment. And the thing about a grand jury is that they pretty much going to indict. It seemed like in Georgia, they indict anything down there. If you put it in front of a grand jury, the bar is so low that they pretty much indict anything. So it's just very interesting. But everybody has the aggravated assault, everybody has the aggravated battery, and everybody has the riot charge. Some of the people also have battery charges because they had the pre-indictment hearing where that judge found like the probable cause for that. After the safe, again, they lost that. That's when they went to the grand jury. So it's just more, we basically just seeing Fulton County do it over and over again. Backhanded, unethical ways of doing indictments and doing things to get what they want. And I really hope that Yak get out this situation, y'all. So free Yak.
Parts of D3, and it's all of those documents. The court's going to find that they are hearsay and not subject to introduction into this court. There's no hearsay exception. That being said, I will offer allow the defense to question the witness about investigating the case and making decisions about this case. Did you look at these and consider those information? But those documents will not go back to the jury at the conclusion of the case.
Thank you.
All right, everybody ready? Show the jury back in. You may.
Try to make it quick. Detective, the portion of D3 that you read a few moments ago, the message from Sucker for Jay, from Jay Lee to Mr. Fears regarding you like to choke, be choked, heavy on that. You have kinks, I like to be aggressive, and also get put in my place. Circle J said that. Did you consider that in your investigation when you determined that you were going to eliminate Mr. Fears as a suspect? Do you remember reading that?
Yeah, sure. Yes, we read it. This is also June the 13th. Before, and Mr. Fears was at work that day. So
June the 13th?
No, on the day of July the 8th. These messages are June the 13th.
That's fine. Did you just tell me whether or not just the highlighted portions of D40, you recall content of it, whether or not you remember reviewing these now on May 29th, appears to be Jay Lee, some unknown individual, and state whether or not you investigated the person on that email address that you received or sent that message to. I'm asking a lot of questions.
Yes, sir. I don't know which one you want me to answer.
Did you use that information on that particular exhibit when you determined that you were going to eliminate any individual as a suspect in this case?
I'm not aware. That was from May, and there was no conversation from that person in the relative time frame of the investigation.
Conversations, aggressive conversations in any other Snapchat messages that you found in Jay Lee's chat snap history necessary to eliminate any other suspect?
I'm sorry, that wasn't clear.
You saw numerous, according to these documents, and I can stack up a bunch more, a lot of Snapchat messages from Jay Lee, other individuals, aggressive in nature, some of it deviant in nature. Did you use that to eliminate either Cleve Fears or any other individuals that may have been on this Snapchat chain that you found? Any of those individuals? You talked about Red Eye, and you said you went to Red Eye because there was conversation there.
Objection on compound questions.
Did you eliminate any of the individuals once you got to the Snapchat records? In the process of looking at Mr. Jay Lee's history, did you use any of these documents or similar documents to eliminate any suspects?
Yes, we looked at Snapchat to eliminate suspects, yes.
Okay. So the Snapchat in there between Jay Lee and Mr. Beers about choking, whether you like that, I like to be aggressive, things of that nature.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization. Jay Lee says he has
That's
no
not a
kinks.
mischaracterization. It's read into the record. I'll move on. Now, I want to ask you a little bit about the search warrant at Mr. Harrington's apartment. You were present at that search warrant?
The search warrant?
The first one?
No.
All right, but you're familiar with the return on that search warrant, right?
Yes, I've seen
You
the
know the
return.
documents. And you also are involved in sending certain exhibits as a result of that search warrant to the crime lab. Is that right? Ms. Carver collected it. You made the decision on what exhibits were going to be sent to the crime lab. Fair statement?
I can't remember what was sent to the crime lab, what was sent to scales, but
I'm
there were some things sent, yes.
I'm
For-
just asking the question as to whether or not you were involved in making decisions on what items were sent to the crime lab in furtherance of this investigation. Yes or no?
I was involved in it, yes.
Some of these evidence submission forms that I've been provided represent that they were sent to the Mississippi Crime Lab from Mr. Harrington's apartment, and it appears it's done in a way that Ms. Carver sent it to you, and then you actually either delivered them to the lab or submitted them by evidence submission form. Is that right?
We did have evidence submitted to the crime lab, yes.
All right. Now, as far as the items out of Mr. Harrington's apartment on the first search, can you tell the court and the jury the items that you sent to Mississippi Crime Lab for analysis for DNA, for blood, for urine, or saliva? Do you remember?
I do not recall. Like I said, I don't know what was sent to the crime lab, what was sent to scales. I don't recall.
All right, let's talk a little bit. We'll go one by one then, I guess. As far as, first of all, let's go through it like this. You remember certain items getting sent to a place called Pure Gold Forensics. Do you remember that?
I remember, yes.
What items, what was the purpose of sending items out of Mr. Harrington's house to go to Pure Gold Forensics?
Well, that, I'd have to look at the evidence submission and stuff. I can't remember what was sent to Pure Gold, what was not. If anything out of the apartment was sent, I'd have to look.
Well, to take it back, I'm not asking what was sent yet. I'm asking what was the
Power up your PDFs with Foxit.
You don't want to just make a latte. You want to make a magic
scales and some stuff sent to Pure Gold for filtering process. Is that right?
Yes, that is.
What did you understand that these items that were coming out of Mr. Harrington's apartment, what was the need for them to go to Pure Gold Forensic? Is this the first time y'all have ever seen anything out to Pure Gold?
That's your compound question.
I'll let him answer first.
Will you please rephrase the first one? Because I don't know.
When did y'all, who made the decision and why did y'all make the decision to send them out to Pure Gold? That was the first question.
Who made the decision? That would have been our leadership. That wasn't my decision. I don't have control of the money. I don't have control of what to do.
So you were told that you were going to send items to Pure Gold Forensic. Where's that lab located?
It's in California.
California. And it was sent out there to California, and Rachel Carver never told anybody the evidence tech that, hey, there's only a possibility that we're going to get any valuable evidence out of his apartment. I mean, y'all were looking for trace evidence out of his apartment, correct?
We were looking for trace evidence out of his apartment.
Okay.
I'm asking, is that the question? Because it just sounded like a two-part question there, and I'm trying to clarify, was that the question?
Y'all were looking for trace evidence of value out of Mr. Harrington's apartment, correct?
We looked for evidence in relation to the crime, yes.
All right. You weren't traveling under the assumption that there is a possibility that you're going to get some evidence, right? You never said, hey, you guys, we're going to have this, you know, we spend all this money sending this out to Pure Gold.
Objection, Your Honor, the witness has already said it wasn't a part of the decision.
Y'all didn't send it out there because you thought you were going to get something, that there was a possibility as opposed to a probability. Y'all weren't looking for evidence in the prosecution of the case against Timothy Harrington at that time, correct?
Yes, we were looking for evidence, yes.
All right, so when you sent it out to Pure Gold, what was the purpose of sending it out there? Why did somebody tell y'all, or who told y'all, that you need to send it to Pure Gold for any steps for filtering of the evidence that out of Mr. Harrington's apartment and other evidence that you may have got?
We sent it there because the crime lab, neither crime lab nor Scales could conduct this type of filtering at that time.
What type of filtering was that?
It's called MVAC.
MVAC. What MVAC does, places tape lifts and other evidence samples through a filtering system so that there's a higher probability that you're going to gain valuable evidence off of that particular item, right?
All right, family. All right, cousins. I will see y'all tomorrow. Jump over and finish watching the feed, okay? Because tomorrow we starting bright and early at 9 o'clock. I will see y'all later. I'll catch some of y'all on social media a little bit later because I'll be there in the comments. So see ya. Thank you for staying with me today.